Hello, world. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Spectre of Nightingale 9999. Hello, Magistrate Ironlung. Thank you for the 20 months. And hello, Ghoulish Misfit. And hello, CM Weller from the Not So Private chat. I think I want to change the background to something new. Not that. Sure. We haven't done that. Well, it's less spooky though. It's less spooky for Halloween times, but it's cute. Welcome everybody to the stream. Today is going to be well, I guess I should do my usual intro before I say what we're doing today, like I usually do. But today's gonna be an unorthodox stream. But in the more orthodox category, here's how our streams usually work. Usually, this feels weird. Usually we have a prompt each week that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. No, it's not voted on by everyone anymore. And now it's voted on by those who wrote for the past prompt or did at least 2 reviews on stories for the last prompt. Then we all write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. And then on Saturday, I read 8 stories. Well, I don't read 8 stories. There are 8 stories as options to be read live on Twitch on Saturday. I praise and critique them. 4 of them are guaranteed. They'll be read no matter what. And 4 of them are encores. They can be unlocked through cheering. And I will still show you how to be a guaranteed human being. Here? Yeah. So you go to the server shop in the Discord, or you go to the subscription page on Twitch. On Discord, you have the Bookworm tier. That is the $3 a month tier that gives you access to the secret supporter chat. You can submit prompts, and you can submit 2 submissions to the weekly forum. Then the next tier, the $5 a month Cocooned in Silk tier, both on Twitch and on Discord. You get access to all those things. But you can submit 3 submissions, and you can submit 6-word prompts. And you are in the guaranteed submission section. So yeah, if you post, then your story will be guaranteed, provided that there are no issues with us not having enough generals. And then we have the Transformed 1 tier, both on Twitch and Discord. The $10 a month tier, you get access to all of that. You can submit 4 submissions, 7-word prompts. The first prompt that you submit to the secret supporter chat goes directly to the poll, provided there are no issues with it. And you can have a universe tag if you so desire. Why did I lose my train of thought? You have to tag me or DM me to get that, though, each week, because each week I redo the tags. Yeah, so that is how things usually go, and that is what we will be working on, next week and the week after. I won't be streaming next week, so you will have technically 3 weeks with the prompt, but 2 weeks officially with it posted. Yeah, but today it's going to be a little bit different. Often on the Discord we do, well, pretty much every season, we do a seasonal event. So we have just, completed our fall Halloween event. And in the past, I kept reading the seasonal stories for one season in the next season. So I read the summer stories in October. I read the spring stories in the summer, and I wasn't liking that. And so I made sure that we would read the fall stories in November. And since I'm not going to be streaming next week, then this was our day to do so. So today we will be reading and reviewing some of the stories that were posted to the fall event. And because these stories are longer, they have a much longer word limit, there will only be a few of them. So I didn't actually write it down as a list. I suppose I still can. It's only 3 people, but still something to take a picture of, I guess. So I guess, yeah, how do I even notate this? Let's try that. Let's see what you think of that. Okay, so for our list today, we have my Halloween starter. Then we are going to read both finishers. So Spectre's Halloween finisher, then Death's Halloween finisher, and then something that is unlockable is Galler's Halloween story. And I think I'm just gonna make it half the encore. So I'm gonna make it 4,000 bits to unlock Galler's story. So yeah, so I haven't practiced how I want to like introduce it. Usually I've had multiple like word count categories, and often I like to read one from each category, and like that helps to make it more manageable if I'm not reading a bunch of really long ones. However, A, we couldn't read one from one category, and B, so we had a very unique situation this time. So what happened is, well, before I go into what's unique about the situation, let's go about what was planned about the situation, which is that for the summer event, we did this thing where we had starters and finishers. I've been kind of tweaking how we're doing like partner events. That originally I just had it that you can sign up to get paired up with someone, and a lot of people signed up at first, but then as I kept doing it, less and less people signed up until there were only 2 people who signed up, so only 1 pair. And I was like, okay, so it sounds like people aren't liking this as much, and so I got ideas from the community on like how to do partner events, and so that came to be the starters and finishers format, which is that I had people sign up to be a starter and people sign up to be a finisher. And so one person starts the story, and then a finisher picks which one they want to pick, and then you finish the story. And that was a lot of fun, but not all the finishers were able to, and that was kind of a problem. And people were saying, I'm kind of interested to see how multiple people would finish the same story. And so that's what we did for Halloween. We had one person, which was me, write a starter and then allow anyone and everyone to finish it. So we had 2 people do that, 2 people finish it, and independently they came up with really similar ideas. And it's kind of crazy because the idea is, in my opinion, quite unique. Like, it's not something I would have thought of to finish the story, which is great, which is part of why this is the event. And so this was just so unique and interesting that I felt like I just had to share that with everyone on stream. It also was one of the only options to potentially read 3 stories. Like, if I read like one of the finishers and then one of the longer stories, that was going to be the whole stream. And so I liked that this also gave me the opportunity to potentially read 3 if it is unlocked through cheering. FYI, the little motherflies are your cheer bar, so when you get 2 of them filled up all the way, then that will unlock Galler's story. And if you see the bubbles coming out of the antennae, then that is what means it's completely filled up. Plus the number. I guess I don't usually refer to the number, but you could just see on the number that it's good. All story managed to get finished, which I consider a win. Oh, that's awesome. I didn't realize that, are you talking about yourself or others? I didn't realize that a lot of stories for these events were left unfinished a lot of the time. Hello, Aerith. Welcome. The summer stories? Not sure what you're referring to. Oh, yes, the starter finisher thing. That is good. Yes, I should applaud that all the stories did at least manage to get finished. That is indeed a win. Um, Alrighty-roo. Okay, so as such, I'm going to. Okay, I'm going to start by reading my starter, and then I'm going to read both finishers. And so these are quite long, so don't wait until the end to share your comments on them. If something about the story, like you really liked a line, or if you have a critique for a line or something, just say it immediately and I will scroll up and hopefully Twitch won't like cut you off for me and I'll still be able to see what you said. Of course, you can say stuff at the end too, but you're less likely to remember it by the time we get to the end. Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna have as many questions for my starter as I usually do. Usually what I do for my own stories, I just ask, like, did this work, did that work, kind of thing. I might still do a little bit of that, but it's probably gonna be a bit less in this case. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah. I feel like I'm missing... there was something I was missing. So I'm gonna post, like, a Christmas like interest form. I did find that helpful for the summer event, and I kind of want to check in again and just see what are folks interested in for the Christmas stuff, and a couple of things. I think I'm gonna write a starter for the Christmas thing, regardless of what people vote on, because this was super fun to write a starter and see how people took it. I would love to do that again. So I think I'll probably do that regardless and see if anybody joins in, if anybody wants to participate. And then I would really love to do like a Secret Santa event. I don't think we've ever tried that kind of partner event, and I think that would be so cute and so fun. But I do need to check if people are even remotely interested in that, because it is more similar to the original partner event format, and so it's very likely something that's like, yeah, nobody's gonna sign up for that. So I'd love to do it, but if you guys wouldn't love to participate in it, we don't have to do that. So I'll don't let me forget to post the survey for, hey, what are you interested in for the Christmas event? If you do a Christmas starter, may I request that you use about half the wordless words? Maybe. I can try that. You mean so that you don't have to cram the rest into your part? I might do something a little funky with the word bank this time, because it's very likely going to be a contest this time, and so I'm probably going to put a restriction on the word bank, but it might not be the same restriction as last time. So I'm still figuring that out, working that out, and stuff like that, and we'll see how that affects that, but I will definitely, if it's a normal word bank especially, I will definitely consider using half per your request. Fair. Okie dokie. Well, let's get started. In the manner of Halloween Starter 2025, by I prefer the term antihero / Kaylee. 1,382 words. When the festivities ended, night had fallen. By the time they reached her new place of residence, Lucy wondered how close it was to morning. Her new husband's house sat out in the country, awaiting her arrival. The deeper they rode through the woods, the more barren and withered the trees appeared, less like a sunset scattering itself on the wind, and more like a forest of knobbly skeletons standing guard, knee-deep in fog. She turned to her new husband, Darius, realizing she probably should have been talking with him more along the ride. He looked well put together, but perhaps that was just the wedding attire. After all, she probably didn't look half bad herself. Only the coat she'd put on when the temperature dropped covered her beautiful dress. Facial hair obscured his face, but when he smiled at her, his teeth almost shined. Maybe he didn't mind the silence. She didn't know him well, and hadn't known him long. All that had mattered was that he was rich. As the house came into view, she realized just how rich he was. It was not really a house, but a mansion. A great multi-story building, its many windows looking down at her like a spider's eyes, the waxing moon lighting it from behind. She stepped onto the driveway, a bit surprised he didn't offer a hand. "This is your home, my dear." Darius gestured to the mansion. "And I hope it'll be a sweet home." She smiled back. He helped her with her bags, well, her one bag, then guided her up the path to the door. A little garden sat out front, winding around the corner, though she didn't see many flowers in it, just thorns, odd statues, and a pumpkin or two. A golden knocker greeted her on the large mahogany door. It looked to be some sort of animal, holding a ring in its mouth, but she couldn't quite tell what animal in the low light. As Lucy walked into the main atrium, she had to keep her jaw from dropping. The huge staircase with the lavish rug would be fit for debutantes to walk down. The grand piano to her right looked fit for a master to play. The library to her left looked fit for the most learned of scholars, brimming with books with gilded covers. The living room, sprawling with plush couches, looked fit for an emperor to lounge upon. "May I take your coat?" She nearly jumped, turning to the man standing by the staircase. Butler? There was something odd about his voice. She offered him her coat, but she quickly regretted relinquishing it. The houses were drafty, she guessed. "It seems, upon first glance, you're not dissatisfied with your new residence?" Darius smiled. She nodded. "It's better than any other place I've lived, I can give you that." "And I can take that. I shall give you a tour tomorrow. For now, you should get some rest." He motioned for her to follow him. He led her down the hallway. Even the details of this place had elegance, from the light fixtures weaving like little golden vines on the walls, and the wallpaper littered with intricate patterns, to the beautiful paintings that watched them stroll through the halls. She'd ask him who the frames held later. After a maze of halls, he reached a door that looked like any other and stopped. "This is your room." "Won't we share a room?" "This old place has many bedrooms. I thought you should have one of your own, in addition to our shared spaces. You can join me tonight, or spend the night on your own, whichever you prefer. I know there is much to take in, and you must be tired. Everything in this room is yours to use as you like." "Just in this room?" She chuckled. "Don't we share everything now?" "We ought to be permitted a few secrets, oughtn't we?" He winked. His laugh had a strange quality to it. She really expected him to say something more before waving goodnight and walking off. Lucy quite liked the room. The four-poster bed seemed old but sturdy, and definitely more luxurious than anything she'd had before. When she checked the wardrobe, she gasped at the elaborate clothing provided there. Her window faced the front of the house, allowing her to see the way the moon draped the forest in blue. When she took off her shoes, she realized just how much her feet ached, and the carpet softly soothed. When she changed out of her dress and sat on the bed, she realized just how tired she was. The mattress felt like a cloud, the sheets like velvet. The minute she lay down, she knew she wasn't getting up again, at least not tonight. Everything would be different now. In the days that followed, Lucy got to know her new husband better. They spent time in the library discussing what books they like, and he played piano for her, and they took walks in the courtyard as he told her about the plants growing in the garden and old ghost stories about the forest. He asked her about her life, her family, her past. While he listened with rapt attention, he didn't seem to appreciate the questions when reciprocated. When she asked about children, he got an especially far-off look in his eye. He was a kind, intelligent man with many hobbies, and for the most part, she was fond of him. He did look well put together on days other than his wedding. His clothing was elegant in a simple, grounded way, but his outfits were old, and he always seemed to be trying to cover as much skin as possible. At first, she enjoyed how much he smiled, but after a while, she realized he rarely looked at her with any other sort of expression, and they started to seem a bit sharp, a bit toothy, a bit fake. Despite how affectionate their conversations were, he pulled away from their kisses, or even light touches. At first she thought he was just trying to be respectful, not wanting to take advantage of her too soon, though they were married. But as they continued to spend their nights in separate bedrooms, it started to seem as though something was wrong. Did he not find her to his liking after all? Or was he afraid she wouldn't like him? She didn't know how old he was. She hadn't asked. She knew he might be some old geezer, but that wasn't supposed to matter. Old geezer would definitely be the wrong term, But so would young Whippersnapper. The more she tried to pinpoint his age, the harder it became. Lucy tried to speak with the servants, learn their stories, but they didn't seem interested in her. In fact, there were times when they didn't seem interested in anything, their eyes staring vacantly as they stood, waiting to be called upon. That only made her want to ask more questions, but pestering them wouldn't be prudent. Perhaps the most suspicious part of her new life was the house. When Darius first took her on a tour, she stared in awe at each new fixture. Everything seemed sleek, plush, made of the finest materials. But there were doors he didn't open, and the more time she spent here, the more she noticed rips in the drapes, burn marks in the carpet, cracks in the windows. Bugs raced each other across the floorboards, and spiders outdid each other's tapestries on the walls. On one of her new to her, maybe old to the house, dresses, she found an odd stain. She wasn't sure if it was wine, blood, or a bug that died in the wardrobe. What lights there were in the house often flickered, and sometimes the hallways moaned, even when it wasn't windy. The more she truly observed, this seemed less like a plush mansion, more like a sickly creature, barely holding itself together. One day, she tripped on the carpet in the hall. Trying to straighten it into place, she caught a glimpse of something odd on the floorboards. She decided to pull it up instead. Underneath lay an old trapdoor. Throw out those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. I think that's the first time I made the cheer up mistake. Cheer up, everybody. Welcome, Mako. Welcome, Corian. Have my, email notifications not been going out? And if not, how do I fix that? Alrighty, Rue. So the main question I have for you is that if you didn't write a finisher, or you were interested in writing multiple but didn't, what would you have written? How do you think you would have completed this story? I actually posted a list of questions to just try to get those creative juices flowing. I'm going to read them to you because I think it might be fun to just kind of read them and discuss, hey, what were the options? What did why did I do it that way? Why did I phrase things that way? Okay. Word/concept bank words used. Eerie painting. Not sure if it's eerie enough to count, but it's there for you guys to make eerie. Flickering lights and our spooky candelabra. Howling and our moaning. Spider/cobweb and trapdoor. Questions to ask yourself to help you decide how to finish the story. You do not have to answer all these questions. This is just to help you get started. 1. What time period is this? All I said is that it only mattered that he was rich. That could mean this takes place in a past century and her father arranged a marriage with him, but it could also mean that she's a modern gold digger. I was careful to say rode, but not what they rode. A limo? A carriage? And I hoped the lights flickering could be electric or a candle/lantern. I realize I didn't say it, but something I was thinking about with the potential modern day option of she's a gold digger, I was thinking of I think it's the second Addams Family movie, with I forget her name, but the lady who wants to marry Fester, but she just wants to get at the Addams, fortune. That kind of a character is who I was thinking would be the main option if you decided to go modern. 2, is there any importance to the forest? Would she be able to get back into town if she wanted to? Or back home, back to her original house? 3, how and when did this house come to be in his possession? 4, why doesn't he seem to want to touch her/her to touch him? 5, is there anything wrong with or in the garden? 6, what animal was on the door knocker? This one was so I was trying to leave the options open for, I think I actually say later, so we'll go back to that. But, if he was a werewolf, then having a wolf be what's on the door knocker is, something you could come back to and be oh, this is the wolf mansion, kind of thing. Why is the house cold? 8, how, this is another thing that would be particularly noteworthy if it's in modern day, because it would either be Like, he doesn't have the heating that a lot of modern houses have. Why doesn't he have it? Or he does, and it's still cold, you know? 8, just how poor was she? Where did she grow up? Does she have a family or friends around? So yeah, this could be a situation where he is literally the only person to lean on. It could be she has a big family and he is keeping her from them. It could be she has a big family and he lets her see them. You know, it could be any of them. 9, why ought they be permitted a few secrets? 10, does she sleep well here? Is her sleep plagued with nightmares? 11, what books did/do Lucy and Darius read? 12, what songs did Darius play? 13, what plants are in the garden? I put the plants in there being like, you can add a face to them later, but I should have added a face to them there. 14, what were those old ghost stories he told about the forest? 15, why doesn't he like her asking about his past? 16, why'd he get that look in his eye regarding children? 17, do they eat together? 18, does he go out during the day? I did have them arrive at night so that if you wanted to go vampire, he can only go out at night. You had that option. But they also could go out during the day. Like, both options were open. What was the other thing I was going to say regarding that? I'm not remembering. What's within/behind his smiles? So that was meant to be like, does he have fangs and like he's good at hiding them, or she's not quite putting it together or something. Or are they just fake, you know? 20, how old is he? 21, what's up with the servants? 22, what's up with the house? Why did it seem plush at first but old after some time? I felt that was interesting because I actually just intended it to be, it looks the same as it did when she first arrived, but she's just noticing more things. That both, like, the cool, plush, beautiful, elegant stuff is there, and the decrepit bugs and shattered things and everything, you know. It was all there from the beginning, but she just didn't notice it until she spent some time there, because it's like she's been poor, and so when she first arrived, she's like, it's a mansion. And then after spending a week in the mansion, it's like, my beautiful mansion does have some spiders, though. But at least one reader kind of took it as the house was kind of crumbling before her eyes, that it genuinely was plush and there was nothing wrong with it, and then it started to become a problem, started to become decrepit, and I liked that a lot. I felt like that could be a really fun take as well. So yeah, I thought that was interesting. Something you could do stuff with. 23, what was that stain on her dress? 24, will she enter the trapdoor? 25, what's under the trapdoor? 26, does her new husband like or love her? 27, and of course, what is her new husband, if not human? Some possibilities I thought of and tried to leave open. Vampire, werewolf, zombie, mad scientist, ghost, necromancer, your average murderer, actually human and sincere. 28, is it possible she herself isn't human, or won't be by the end of the story? P.S. Originally I had more vampire references, one of which is, he was certainly a night owl, but he almost seemed nocturnal. She'd had breakfast alone every morning now. In fact, he didn't seem to like eating with her in general, often saying he had work to do in his study or in the garden or anywhere, really. And she visited his room a few times, and it didn't seem too out of the ordinary, though the curtains were thick on the windows, leaving the room quite dark even in day, and she couldn't find any mirrors there. I took them out because I didn't want to steer people too strongly into vampire. Feel free to add them back in or keep them in mind if you'd like to go in that direction. Happy writing. I'm definitely glad I took those out, seeing where folks went, but yeah. So like I said, so I was trying to, I was thinking about Dracula a lot as I wrote this, and like the whole, he seems nocturnal, he didn't eat with her, is meant to, I was thinking of like Jonathan and at the beginning of the book when I was writing that originally and stuff. But of course I didn't want it to be only vampire as the only option. So I mentioned that the moon is waxing, so if you wanted to go werewolf, you could do that. The animal door knocker, he's got the beard, so he could be really hairy. Zombie could also just be that's why he doesn't want her to see his body, because he's all like rotting underneath. Mad scientist, you know, the trapdoor could lead to mad science chamber for sure. Ghost, I was careful to have them never explicitly touch. Just in case folks wanted to take it in the direction of like, yeah, she literally can't touch him because he's intangible because he's a ghost. And so that's why I was careful to not have them touch. And I originally had him take her bag, but I decided to have him not. Because you can use that to be like, he's a ghost, he can't touch it. Or to be like, oh wow, he was being rude. You know, if you want to go with, he's not a good person, you know, that direction. Necromancer was mostly with the servants, that the servants could be zombies, and that's why they seem like they're just waiting for orders and stuff. And of course, all this spooky stuff can just lead to you're a normal guy who just actually loves her, and he's just kind of being a little sus. But sometimes normal guys do be sus, you know? So yeah, I mean, I don't know if it was interesting to read those. I hope you found that interesting, but this is a very interesting experience to me to write this, because for a few reasons. But I didn't write a starter for the first event. I only read a starter finisher or two. And so writing it was definitely a new experience, because I was like, oh, I have to be really careful to leave a ton of breadcrumbs for what people can pick up and use. And so, as you saw from the questions, there's a lot of stuff that was intended to be, you answer it, you know? And so that was an interesting experience. And I've said before that I think and I hope that I am a pretty good writer, and I think and hope I'm still at least acceptable in this area, but I would say that one of my weakest points as a writer is setting description, because I'm actually too imaginative, and I can imagine things perfectly, and well, in other respects, that can sometimes make it easier for me to put it on page, because, like, yeah, I see it vividly, so that's easy to describe. For some reason, that doesn't translate well for setting stuff. Like, the spider eye thing is a great example. Where is... Oh, it's earlier. The house came into view. She realized just how rich she was. It was not really a house, but a mansion. A great multi-story building. Its many windows looking down at her like a spider's eyes. The waxing moon lighting it from behind. I was really dissatisfied from with that description, because I had a vivid picture of what the house looked like in my head, but when I want to describe it, it's like, how do I put that into words? I don't know. And so it's just like, it's big mansion, lots of windows, moon, you know? So that sort of thing. So this was inadvertently a challenge for me, because it was almost all description. So I guess that would be a question for you guys. Did you feel like I did a good or at least acceptable job with the setting descriptions and stuff? And yeah, when I originally was thinking I was gonna do this, I thought I would be able to get further on in like the plot in my starter, but I quickly realized that it's like, I can't really go anywhere, because they have to decide what the point is. Like, anything that I choose will kind of shoehorn a direction, and so it needs to be just, here's the house, here's the guy, they're both sus. And you decide what you want to do with that, you know, what the susness means. So yeah. Another question that I specifically had is, well, actually, I guess the other question that I would have first is that, did you feel shoehorned? Did you feel like there was one particular explanation that you're like, it could only be this, you know, that it wasn't as open-ended as I intended? So yeah, I think the questions so far are: what would you have done if you had finished the story? Where would you have gone with it? Did I do good with my setting descriptions? And what did I just ask? Did you feel shoehorned? Was there a particular explanation that you felt was the only one or the right one? And then another big question that I had is that I said before that I wasn't sure if I wanted to do like a husband-wife situation or like Jimmy's going to live with his aunt kind of thing, you know, that like a kid goes to live with their a relative, you know. One of the reasons I wanted to stay away from the kid thing because I was like, that like we're open for horror stories. I'm not exactly excited to read about a kid being brutally murdered. I mean, it's not great to read about a new wife being brutally murdered either, but you know, child violence is harder to read. So that's one reason. But the other reason is that I actually wrote a story kind of with that premise sort of recently, and the minute I started trying to write that version of it, I got bored. I was like, I wrote this like a couple months ago. Like, I want to do something different. So I went for the wife option. But the one thing about that is that it's like, this is a husband and wife, and this is their wedding night, and something's supposed to happen on their wedding night. But I felt like I couldn't have them, you know, actually sleep together in that sense, because then that would reveal, like, what his body is like. Okay, if he's a werewolf and that means he's super hairy, she'd know that. If he's a vampire and he's super cold, she'd know that. If he's a zombie and he's rotting, she'd know that. If he's a ghost and she can't touch him, she'd know that. You know, so if she sees his body, then a lot of the options are gonna get eliminated. And I also just didn't want to write them having sex. This is supposed to be an SFW, you know, Jen story. I didn't want to go there especially just in the starter. Like, you guys could go there in your finisher if you wanted. You'd have to content warn it. But you guys could go there if you wanted, but I didn't want to force everyone to read that, you know? So the question I would have is it really weird to you that they didn't have their wedding night? Were you sitting there the whole time being like, why didn't they sleep together? And or was it like, I was fine with it the first night because, you know, they were exhausted and it was almost morning, but after that I was really confused, you know? Or did it feel like, let's see if I can find that part. So, like, yeah, he pulls away from touches. That's the other thing. If he's a ghost, he can't touch her. At first, she thought he was just trying to be respectful, not wanting to take advantage of her too soon, though they were married. I wasn't sure if to everyone that was like, that's a weird thought to have. I think my thought process was just like, they have just met still. And so it's like, yeah, they're married. But they also, like, yesterday was their first meeting. And so I feel like it's a fair thought for him to be like, let's get to know each other a little bit before we dive in the deep end. But was that too weird? And then, but as they continued to spend their nights in separate bedrooms, it started to seem as though something was wrong. Did he not find her to his liking after all, or was he afraid she wouldn't like him? I was hoping this would be adequate explanation question, that it's like, like maybe, like, he didn't really see her before they were married, and then after he saw her, it's kind of the veil thing. Like, he lifts up the veil and it's like, oh, I don't actually like what she looks like. You know, I'm not actually sexually attracted to her, kind of thing. Or that the thing that I'm trying to set up, that something's up with his body. He's trying to cover his body up. And so it's like, oh, is he afraid that she's not gonna like him? You know, that kind of thing. But is that just too, like, oh, cute, sweet? That's like, oh no, does he love me? Sort of explanation for something as adult as that. And just in general, like, I could see it being an issue of, like, it's fine if he's being weird about it, because that's kind of the whole point, is that he's being weird about everything. But it's weird that she's not more weirded out. Like, she should be day 2 being like, okay, hubby, where's my wedding night? You know? Is it weird that she's being so nonchalant about it and being like, huh, you know, we've spent a while in separate bedrooms. Is that the weird part? So, yeah, basically, I picked husband and wife, but a problem with that is that especially because I picked their wedding night, that implies something's gonna happen. But for a lot of reasons, I felt like I didn't want to write that happening. And so did that work, or were you like, why did that not happen? And as a finisher, were you like, did you feel awkward about that whole aspect to the story, you know? It doesn't seem like folks did, but I am curious if you're like, I don't know what to do with this part. Oh yeah, this also I had a question about, was old geezer and young whippersnapper, were those just too weird of words? I think my brain just wouldn't give me anything else. It wouldn't give me anything better. Anything else to ask? I am curious your favorite lines in the story. I think this one a little bit went down the wrong pipe. I think this one was my favorite line in the piece. This was meant to be kind of an understatement of like, yeah, she didn't look half bad herself, and she's in her wedding dress, you know? Curious if that came through. Did you catch that this was meant to be like a home sweet home reference? Like, this is your home, and I hope it will be a home sweet home. Oh yeah, I did. I wrote the minute she lay down, she knew she wasn't getting up again. I originally wrote that. I did mean it just to be like, oh, I'm so tired. But I wrote it and I realized, I'm writing a spooky story. That could be taken very spookily. Which might be good, but I added at least not tonight, to soften the potential spook there. I wasn't sure about describing his outfits. I wasn't sure if I should leave that open to you guys. Oh, and this one, at first she enjoyed how much he smiled, but after a while she realized he rarely looked at her with any other sort of expression. Every time I reread that, like, if I were writing a finisher, I would have them actually be in love. I would have it end happily. And so, every time I reread that, it was like, yeah, she only looked at him smiling. It's like, yeah, because he loves you, you dummy. Okay. I need to close this because it's getting hot. Okie dokie. Cheer up, people. I think that's just Twitch screwing up, alas. Ah, that's too bad. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Iron Lung. Debbie, lol, good movie. What's Debbie? Heaters don't work because the most horrifying thing of all, the power bill. Yes, there's a monster out to get me, Lucy. Who is it? The U.S. government. Oh no, have you committed a crime? Nope. Tax evasion? That, like, not a big crime, but a little a crime like that? I don't actually know if tax evasion is that little of a crime, but, like, no. The power bill is just too steep. Plot twist. The servant is the necromancer and the house owner is the zombie who's just the face of it all. That would be a good one. Aerith, I think you did a good job with the descriptions in the starter story. I thought the setting descriptions were good, so I said, thank you guys. I feel like the starter didn't push for any one thing very well. It certainly didn't feel shoehorned in its writing. Nice. Spectre is pretty open, yeah. It could have gone a bunch of ways. Good. And then I think about the sexy stuff. I mean, it makes sense in setting up that there's something off going on. Cool. Thank you for not writing uncomfortable sex stuff. It was a good writing choice. It wasn't really needed. It all read okay. That's good. And granted, I could have just, like, said that they did it, but glossed over it. Been like, yes, she visited his bedroom for special times. Not like that, but that kind of thing. But yeah, if they did, then she would have seen and at least felt his body. Yeah, you made me think of a mental image. Guy's actually very shy about his body and she won't like him. Conclusion to bit. He confesses his shyness. She expresses support. He takes off his shirt. Her, holy crap, he's ripped and secretly hot. That would be a cute way to take it. That it's literally just, he's self-conscious. Yeah, he's like nice to a fault. He's like, oh no, we only just met. I don't want to take advantage too soon. Oh no, what if she doesn't like me? That would be cute. Oh, he's ripped because his torso has been torn to shreds. Yeah. Point in the zombie column. He's ripped one way or another. Magistrate. I have no problems with the terms old geezer and young whippersnapper. Also no problem with the lack of consummation of their wedding. Nice. It's ripped because he rustles bears. Oh, Debbie. Debbie is the gold digger in Addams Family Values. Gotcha. Knock knock. It's the IRS. Ah! That's worse than it goes. Tax evasion is super criminal. Gotcha. It's easier to get arrested for tax crimes than actual mob activities. Well, I guess it's like, what do you mean by super criminal? Because on the one hand, if you consider super criminal, it's easy to get arrested for it, then yeah. But on the other hand, I feel like maybe we'd probably consider mob activities more criminal, even if it's harder to get arrested for it. I mean, Al Capone was convicted of tax evasion when they couldn't get him on the more lurid criminal activities, and I think he spent 7 years in prison for it. Gosh, yeah. You do have to report your criminal income to the IRS. So it sounds like other things morally we might consider worse. It's just easier to get caught on the tax evasion. Zeke Miller, I got heavy. He's a vampire vibes from the starter. Yep. I got into it way late, but I did have the idea of a half lizard reveal. Not enough time to make it good, so I didn't go there. Ooh, that would have been cool. Horian, love me some good vampires. That's probably the route I would go if I did the finisher. Nice. Corian, the thought of them not having their wedding night didn't even cross my mind, so it worked for me, even though I have been reading more of that genre in the last few years. I think with it being Halloween and it being their first meeting, it worked, not including that scene in the starter. One of my favorite lines was, we ought to be permitted a few secrets. It's cheeky and I love it. Nice. Rent is too damn high. Yep. Joker. I'm crazy enough to take on Batman, but the IRS, no thank you. Fair. Okie dokie. Well, I don't know if Spectre is still here after I finish the starter, but hopefully Spectre can still hear his finisher get read. Yeah, kind of mixed messages there, but yes, I meant that the IRS will come for your ankles. I am still here, says Spectre. Wonderful. Well, if you have any questions about your story, draft them up, or if you already had them, send them to the not-so-private chat. Alright. In the Manor of Memory, Halloween Finisher, by Spectre. 1,500 words. Lucy straightened herself and dusted off her dress, observing the hatch. A small iron ring was fastened to the top. The door itself blended in with the surrounding wood almost perfectly, if it weren't for the iron ring. She knelt down and grabbed hold of the ring, intending to wrench the door open, but halted. A soft, low sound emanated from beneath the wood. She leaned closer to the floorboards, pressing her ear against the wood to listen. Was that sobbing? For a moment, she wasn't sure what to do. Should she open and investigate? Should she leave it alone and ask her husband about it? Before she could move, however, she heard footsteps. Someone was approaching the trapdoor from the other side. Quickly, Lucy rose and stepped on the carpet to muffle her own footsteps. She walked away from the trapdoor and round a corner, watching from her hidden position as the hatch rose and a man walked out. It was Darius, her husband. Even with his back turned to her, she still recognized him. Lucy quickly ducked into the corridor, hoping to pass her presence off as just having come by coincidentally. I see the ad starting. Let's pause and let the ad go, because I fear if we hit snooze, it'll still show up again. And well, actually, we don't have a snooze. We can't. So yeah, let's let the ad go. I think I need to turn the air on, because either the heat's turned on or it's just the window. I think it's both. My goodness, yeah, actually, that feels like heater blast. Why are you blasting, heater? Why'd you go in and start blasting? Okay, we can still do our usual ad routine. So during the ads, I have a couple lists sent to me by subscribers, by people in the community who have lists of prompts that they want to hear feedback on. Is this a good prompt? Would you vote for it? Stuff like that. So I will, as I'm discussing the prompt, whatever prompt is, why is my brain not working? As I bring up the prompt and I discuss my thoughts on it, you are free and encouraged to bring up your thoughts on it. Would you vote for this prompt? Do you understand the prompt? How do you take it? Stuff like that. Okie dokie. Ooh, a dangerous collection. I don't know if I've seen that one in your actual, like, live submissions. I like that one. It makes me think of, like, the Collector in, I think they're called the Collector in Guardians of the Galaxy and stuff. Or the Collector in Hollow Knight and stuff. Though I guess his collection was maybe less dangerous. But yeah, I think of kind of a mad collector who's collecting different things, and I like it because there's so many different things that you can collect, you know? It can be infinity stones, and it can be bugs, and it can be particularly dangerous bugs. It can be seashells, but maybe they're cone snails, you know? Like, there's a lot of things that you can collect, and a lot of different reasons that collection might be dangerous. And, like, you can have a collector type character, but you also don't have to, because all it is a dangerous collection. So it could be like, yeah, this person does other things, their collection is not their whole life, but, like, somebody goes to their house and it's like, oh, we have a collection there, bud, you know, sort of thing. It could be about, like, a story from childhood that's like, yeah, I used to collect bugs, but then this one bug bit me, and it's why I lost my arm. I don't know, that's where my brain went. Maybe someone's warning someone else, like somebody collected bugs as a child, and then they see, you know, somebody else collecting those same bugs, and they're like, I need to warn you, that's a dangerous thing to collect. So I think that's a real good one, personally. And then Twist in the Wind. I feel like I've either seen, maybe I've just gone by it too much, but I feel like I've talked about this before, but also, I think it's that I started talking about it last time and didn't finish because I was too loopy. But yeah, it makes me think of like there, like a kink in the hose, but wind. Like there's a twist in the wind. There's something wrong with the wind. It makes me think of, some character with like a tracking sense, or like a werewolf type character with a good sense of smell, and they're like, something's wrong. Like I smell something off. I smell it in the wind. Kind of thing, that something's twisted. But you also could probably, like, I also can envision something like a ribbon doing a little twist, and like the wind, so the wind is just like twirling and dancing in the air sort of thing, and so it doesn't necessarily have to be like a negative thing, but I feel like that's a little harder to use as a prompt. So what is this idiom's meaning according to Wolf? Alludes to being hanged or left for dead at the gallows. Excuse me, what? Meaning to be unassisted and without comfort in a situation likely to result in distress or failure. To wait for an uncomfortably long period of time. Excuse me, what? I would have never gotten any of that. None of that comes to mind when I read that setting. So, like, I guess if you know the saying, then like, that could be interesting, but that one feels so different from its meaning. So, first of all, that one feels so different from its meaning, I'm not sure it works for me. And, the default meaning, I think, is harder, at least, to make into a prompt. As usual, I think it could work. I'm sure I could find out how to do something about it, but I do think it's a harder to work with. It's one that's harder to work with than others. Is Ad gone? Yeah, Al's gone. Incredibly dangerous and deadly viper. What is that from? Now I suddenly remember that Sonya in Ridge Cloud collects refrigerator magnets. Of course she's a dragon. And those are her hardest obsession. Of course she's a dragon. out of context quotes. Amazing. I'm more thinking about something between the most dangerous game and the collector from the Collector franchise. Interesting. Made me think of seashells, but they all contain creatures that want to sit on your head and suck on your skull for no reason, and it's dangerous for some reason. I think that's the reason. Literally your body twisting in the wind. Oh, I see. So yeah, like someone like hanging on a tree and they're swinging and twirling in the wind. Gotcha. I thought that expression was left twisting in the wind. That works better for me. Left twisting in the wind, I think, gets to the heart of what it's trying to say a lot better. And there are a lot of different things that might be left twisting in the wind. It makes me think of more benign things like flags and wind socks, I think they're called. Like that kind of thing. Those sorts of things could get like twisted up in the wind. And it could be about like something really windy, like a hurricane going through. It could be about like, the flag was twisted and nobody fixed it. It could just be about something in particular that was twisting in the wind. So yeah, I think left twisting in the wind works better for me personally. Righty roo. Take two. In the Manner of Memory, Halloween Finisher, by Spectre, 1,500 words. Lucy straightened herself and dusted off her dress, observing the hatch. A small iron ring was fastened at the top. The door itself blended in with the surrounding wood almost perfectly, if it weren't for the iron ring. She knelt down and grabbed hold of the ring, intending to wrench the door open, but halted. A soft, low sound emanated from beneath the wood. She leaned closer to the floorboards, pressing her ear against the wood to listen. Was that sobbing? For a moment, she wasn't sure what to do. Should she open and investigate? Should she leave it alone and ask her husband about it? Before she could move, however, she heard footsteps. Someone was approaching the trap door from the other side. Quickly, Lucy rose and stepped on the carpet to muffle her own footsteps. She walked away from the trap door and rounded a corner, watching from her hidden position. And the hatch rose. As the hatch rose, and a man walked out. It was Darius, her husband. Even with his back turned to her, she still recognized him. Lucy quickly ducked into the corridor, hoping to pass her presence off as just having come by coincidentally. Her heart beat quicker against her chest, and she heard the shuffling of a carpet and footsteps retreating into the other direction. She took a deep breath and straightened up. She could just let the matter rest, not bring it up, and let her husband live in blissful ignorance of her witnessing his little basement, which he'd neglected to tell her about. By the time they ate dinner together, she resolved to ask him. After a pleasant meal of boiled chicken and wine sauce, boiled potatoes and asparagus, followed by a helping of peach melba for dessert, she ran through what she wanted to say in her mind. And the entire time, Darius had eaten his dinner with barely a word, simply focused on his food, chewing in his slow, meticulous manner. His eyes were downcast, and when Lucy tried to make conversation with him, his replies were brusque, though not unkind. When the dishes had been cleared and fruit tea had been brought out, along with a tray of hard candy, Lucy steeled herself and spoke. "I saw you earlier today," she said, "coming out of a hatch in the floor underneath the carpet in the hall." Darius halted, his tea close to his lips. "Might I ask what you were doing there? I thought I had seen all the rooms in this house." Slowly, very slowly, Darius lowered his cup and placed it on his saucer with a soft clatter. He took a deep, quivering breath and rose from his seat. "I suppose I must tell you at some point," he said. "Will you come with me, please?" Lucy rose and followed her husband out of the dining hall, curiosity getting the better of her. In her mind, she ran through all the possibilities of what her husband kept in that room beneath the hall. Who had been sobbing down there in that hidden cellar? Had it been her husband or someone else? Was he keeping someone prisoner there? Was he having an affair? Was he perhaps a killer, like Jack the Ripper? Was her husband Jack the Ripper? As these and more terrible thoughts flooded Lucy's mind, she felt foolish for having just gotten up and followed him, without a plan in place to fight back. Would he kill her for uncovering his secret? Surely he couldn't let her live now that she knew. He'd led her to the trap door. He'd lead her to the trap door, bind her, kill her, and hide her body in the garden somewhere, surely. But they didn't go to the trap door. Darius passed the hatch on the floor with barely a look downwards, and instead went up the stairs to the gallery of paintings, floorboards creaking menacingly as they went. Once by the gallery, he waited for her to join him. Slowly, hesitantly, Lucy followed, standing 2 arm lengths away from him. "You never asked me who these paintings were of," Darius said, pointing them out. "I never inscribed names on them because it..." He paused, took a moment to compose himself, and continued. "I had all these commissioned. It cost me a fortune, but I did it to honor them. Their bravery, their stories, their lives. My family left me a mountain of money when they were wiped out by the Spanish flu." One by one, Darius walked by the paintings, calling out names as he did so. Richard Greer, a butcher's son, who had been supposed to inherit the family business and had loved gambling. Dominic Minnie Parsons, who had grown up in an orphanage and had dreamed of flying a Zeppelin one day. Dominic Scarsborough, the 3rd son of an impoverished businessman, whose brothers had tore themselves apart over an inheritance of nothing. Oscar Wilton Cobbler, who'd been engaged to a woman named Molly and who'd played guitar like no one else. One by one, Darius pointed them out, and their names and their stories. Lucy didn't know what to make of it. Who were these people, painted along this gallery? As she looked, she saw that they were all painted in different scenes. Greer sat behind the counter of a butcher shop. Minnie had been painted to look like a captain on a Zeppelin. Scarsborough held a small spinning top, the only thing he inherited. Cobbler was holding a guitar. Finally, Darius stopped in front of a small drawer. Lucy had seen it 100 times before, passed it 100 times before. Darius opened it and pulled out a small framed photograph. About 20 or so soldiers stood in what looked like a trench from the Great War. They were all uniformed, all standing at attention, all familiar faces from the gallery. "My regiment," Darius said, pointing to a younger, more mustached version of himself. "I was their commander, Corporal Darius Edward Anthony Darrington. We joined late in the war, but still I led these men into battle again and again. Again and again we fought in the war together until... He paused, putting down the photograph. Lucy saw tears well up in his eyes. He rolled up his sleeve, exposing his arm. She'd never seen his arm before. Even when they'd shared a bed, he'd always worn a nightshirt with long sleeves. And when he exposed his skin, Lucy had to try hard not to recoil. From his wrist all the way beyond his elbow, he was burned. Red, raw, horrible scarring ran up his arm and further under his shirt. There was no way to tell just how much of him had been scorched. Her fingers went to her lips almost involuntarily. We were wiped out at Amiens. We died in that operation, all of us. 8 years ago now. The darkness and silence of the cellar is the only place For a moment, Lucy didn't know what to say. She saw the weight in his face, the agony carved in every fiber of his body. True, genuine pain. This was not a gallery. This was a shrine to his fallen friends. She reached out to touch his arm, but stopped herself. What did you mean? She asked in hushed tones. We died that day? You survived, right? I may as well have died. Darius turned to her, his eyes hollow. What commander leads his men into certain death and walks away the only survivor? Slowly, Lucy reached out and put a hand on his cheek, running her fingers through his hair and gently pressed his forehead to hers. She took his hand in her other and held him close. He flinched, but didn't move away. Lucy was careful not to touch the scars on his arm. Why did you not tell me? She whispered. I thought you'd think less of me, he whispered back. When I falter to horrors of the past, horrors that can't even hurt me anymore and exist only in dreams. Lucy pushed her head back and looked into Darius's hollow eyes. How could I think less of you? She replied. When you brave the horrors of the past, and through all this pain and every night, you come out alive and on the other side again. Because you are alive, Darius. No matter what you may think, you are alive. I'll help you see that again. For the first time in their marriage, Darius embraced her fully, his arm wrapped around her as he pulled her close. Lucy, too, pulled him close and held him, heard his breath, felt his heartbeat, touched his warmth. From that day on, they shared a bed every night, the good and the bad. Whenever Darius found himself haunted by his nightmares, marching through the graves of those that stayed behind, instead of being ushered away to her private room by the servants, she stayed, holding him to her, proving night after night that he was still alive and that she was alive next to him. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. And let me know what you thought of it just in general. Because the incredibly deadly viper is harmless. In fact, in the book it first appears, the snake is frequently depicted as playing with a baby. That's great. That totally feels like the human equivalent of what, like, snakes and, like, the coloring on some snakes and stuff actually do. Because I think there are, like, you know, like milk snakes, right, have kind of a similar coloration to those actually venomous snakes. And so, like, as far as I understand it, it's meant to be that it can easily be mistaken, and when you're easily mistaken, then predators stay away from you, or at least some of them will, because they won't know the difference. And so, like, that's totally that kind of thing in more human terms, that it's like, yes, it's the super scary, incredibly deadly viper. And actually, it's not, you know? That's great. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. Okie dokie. Now, unfortunately, both Spectre and Death's Head stories are the two stories that I reviewed, so I may not have that much different of stuff to say that I already said in my reviews. I did think of a couple new comments and stuff, but FYI. Why did that make you suddenly go to the next page? What was that about? And now you did, okay. What happened? That was weird. Being a weird word. Spectre, I don't exactly have a lot of questions for this one. I had more for my individual story. I guess my main question would be if you felt the emotions of this piece. I chose Hurt Comfort over Spooky in this one, and I hope I did that well. I definitely think you did it well, personally. And I'm kind of curious, that, like, once you get, like, something like a starter, I feel like my starter very much lent itself to easily turning horrific. And I even, like, gave you guys the option of doing horror. But I can tell you I wouldn't really consider either of the stories horror. I would say Death's Heads has a little bit more spookiness, but I wouldn't say it's full-on horror. And so I'm curious if both of you looked at the starter, looked at that it leaned horror, looked at that it was okay to do horror, and you were like, I want to be different, though. I want to not be spooky. I want to do the unexpected and do something nice. And in your case, do some Hurt Comfort. You know, what was your thought process in choosing Hurt Comfort in that way? Because I know that I often do that when I'm writing a one-off, I'm like, okay, what's, like, the most unique way that I could take the prompt? And then I do that, you know? What's the unexpected way to do this?
Hey, kitty. You sitting up?
It's named that way because the guy that discovered it is mocked by his colleagues because his name is Montgomery Montgomery. How are you, Montgomery? Nice. Aerith, I really like Spectre's story here. It was a really heartfelt story about war and loss. I'd agree with that. Orion, I've been meaning to get to your story, Spectre, but it's also a good story and has some sweet moments. For sure, yes. So your first little critiquey thing that I don't think I mentioned is that it might have been nice to get a little bit more of a timeline of, like, okay, how long has it been? If I recall, I think I intentionally left it vague in the starter of, like, how long has it been? Oh no. So a little more concreteness to that in the finisher might have been nice, but that's pretty nitpicky. I like your opener here. I can very much imagine the door and the iron ring and stuff like that. I'm curious, because I knew a little bit about what was going on ahead of time, I never doubted that it was Darius sobbing down there, but I'm curious if you guys thought it was indeed, like, some prisoner or someone down there. Spectre, would it be okay if I read your DM that you sent me that was, like, explaining a couple things, like explaining about the carpet and everything, or not? And then let's see. Oh, yeah, my comment here is, it's not easy to go from sobbing to strolling. Yeah, so to me, sobbing and weeping are different than just crying. You know, crying is just like, okay, like, oh, cry, you know, some tears. But sobbing or weeping is more like, you know, like streaming down your face, red and puffy. You know, you're like in the thick of it. You know, you are in the middle of a cry sesh. Something's incoming. I think it's a raid. Are you gonna repeat yourself, Twitch? I don't think so. Hive Train, okay. Alright, Spectre says I can read the DM. Okay. So if I recall, Spectre was responding in a DM because of two things I said in my comments. One was, I was like, oh, I realize it's actually a little bit weird about the like, this was my fault because I put it in the starter, about the, like, carpet and the trapdoor, because it's like, oh yeah, if you want to go down the trapdoor, you have to lift up the carpet. But then it's not secret. then it's not so secret anymore. So I was like, okay, you know, what was the deal with that? How did the carpet get put back? And then the other question is that I was like, okay, like, what the explanation for what the cellar is that it's Darius's cry dungeon. And no shade to Darius at all. I think we all could use a cry dungeon sometimes. Maybe the world would be a better place if we all had our own personal cry dungeons. And you can quote me on that. And but it still was like a little bit strange to me that I was like, like, is that like, why can't he cry somewhere else? Why can't he cry in his room? Why the cellar specifically? What's the situation there? Like, help me understand a little bit more about why you chose Cry Dungeon. And so Spectre said, to answer your question for your review on your finished story, thank you again for it. I wanted to answer that in TMs. The cellar has two functions here. For Darius, one, he does indeed go there because he doesn't want anyone to know. His servants know because they readjust the carpet for him and keep Lucy away when he's having a PTSD episode, but aside from them, he's hiding it. Also, he goes there because it's quiet. Loud noises remind him too much of the artillery fire from Amiens. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. So he retreats to somewhere where he can block out the sound. Also, a little context, I chose Amiens because it was one of the last offensives in World War I in 1918. Historians say that it led to the Entente victory. I initially had all this happen at Ypres, but decided on Amiens instead. I was in part inspired by the story of the war poet Wilfred Owen, who was himself a lieutenant and survived the entire war from 1914 onwards, only to be shot dead during a river crossing 1 week after the armistice was signed. I also chose Amiens because it aligns with the Spanish flu pandemic of 1918, which gave Darius his wealth from the deaths of his family. I had it written that he was at Brighton before being treated for burns and was only spared from the flu because he was quickly quarantined. So that's all very interesting and helpful context. Whoa, look at all those cheers. Thank you for the cheers, Mako and Marks and Mako. I did see the hype train go by out of the corner of my eye. That's unfortunately all I can do this week. Paycheck did not pay out as I hoped. Fair enough. It is still appreciated. Ypres, what I said is Ypres, so is it pronounced Ypres? Gotcha, thanks. Alrighty, yeah, so that answers the question about the carpet. And the Cry Dungeon. And then, yeah, I like the thought process here of her being like, I could just, like, leave it and not bother him about it and let it rest. But as the day goes on and dinner comes around, she's like, you know what, I'm going to ask him about it. And I like that. And I think it's cool because it's one of those things where it's like, she's choosing to enter into a relationship with him, right? So that granted, yeah, if he was like some kind of serial killer, it wouldn't be the right move to ask about, the dungeon necessarily. But she is trusting that he's not, and that he is someone trustworthy enough to not blow up at her if she asks about it and stuff like that. And she wants to know what it is. She wants to know more about him, and so she wants to give him the benefit of the doubt, and see if there's a reasonable explanation for it. And so she asks him about it. That works well for me. I'm curious how you guys felt about the specifics of the dinner, because on the one hand, sure, that gives a much more vivid picture to imagine of what the dinner is, but it also feels like you used a lot of words to talk about very specific dishes that you could have used in other parts of the story. I like that his replies were brusque, though not unkind. Candy dish is cute use of that word. And then I like the images for Darius's actions here, especially like the quivering breath and stuff. I do feel like he kind of gives up a little too easily. On the one hand, we know by the end that he's a nice guy, who doesn't really want to hide things from his new wife. But at the same time, he has been hiding this from his new wife. He has been actively hiding it. And so it sounds weird that after one question, he's like, all right, you got me. Instead of trying to be like, and come up with an excuse and have her be like, I ain't taking that. I don't believe you. Tell me more. And then have him go, okay, fine. You have to find out at some point. So, so I'm assuming that was a word count thing because you're at exactly 1,500. But it would have been nice to have a little bit more pushback because he has been actively hiding it. So on the one hand, this whole thing feels very, well, that escalated quickly. On the other hand, it feels like that makes sense because it's like, is that, well, maybe not exactly, but would my brain go to very similar places? Yeah. you betcha. And so it does kind of work and feel, at least to me, kind of realistic for where someone's brain might go. I do feel like the Jack the Ripper stuff might be a little specific because at first I was like, oh, like that tells us the time period. And that the time period I usually would not know the Jack the Ripper time period, but it just came up in a show that I'm watching, so now I do know what the time period is. And in the show it was 1888, and I actually checked and like that was correct. And so 1918 feels like a little long, like maybe it could still be him. But it feels a little long for that to be him, and so it feels a little odd that that she would pick that specifically. So I think maybe going more general and saying like, was he a serial killer? And like maybe you'd just have to take out the was her husband Jack the Ripper thing. And granted, I do know that like Jack the Ripper in general is just kind of like a legend, and so maybe that was your intention there, that it was just like, yeah, it's not about like him actually being around, it's just like, ooh, he's a ooky spooky legend of a killer and who knows if he's still alive, kind of thing. But that was the main thing that makes it go from like that's I think the main thing that the first time I read it makes me go, that feels like that escalated too fast. And I think if you had it be less specific, then I'd be like, nah, like, okay, that makes sense. Like, that escalated a lot, but relatable. And then, oh yeah, it's past 1918, because you said it was like 8 years after he got back, and you said 1918 was the battle. So it's even later than that. And then I do think that it works pretty well of her thoughts continuing to spiral here. Sad that she, doesn't trust him, that she's that scared of him this quickly, but not unrelatable, and her fearful thought process. I quite like your use of the eerie paintings and de-eerieing them, making them not so eerie anymore. And the fact that I think I said in the story, like, oh, she'd have to ask who they're of later, and she didn't. And so he's kind of like calling out the narration in a way and being like, yeah, you never asked. And then it's very sweet that he honored them, and I do like the focus on like the whole regiment and stuff. I think that's very sweet. So it cost me a fortune, but I did that to honor them, their bravery, their stories, their lives. My family left me a mountain of money when they were wiped out by the Spanish flu. The first time I read it, my family left me a mountain of money seemed odd. Oh, I want to put the blinds down, but I don't know how easily I can. Oh no. My family thing struck me the first time I read it, and I was like, why does this seem, why is there a confusingness to it? What's confusing about it? And I think what it is that it reads like the paintings are of his family. That it's like, hey, I had these commissioned. Oh no, my family died in the Spanish flu. I commissioned these of my family. And so it generally just sounds odd to mention that his family died, and like not only died, they were all wiped out in the Spanish flu, and be so nonchalant about it, especially when the whole point of this is that he's honoring his regiment. So it's like, yes, my regiment, those sweet boys, like I needed to honor them, didn't care how much money it cost. Oh, my family wiped out by the Spanish flu, whatever. You know, that he's acting kind of flippant towards his family, and he doesn't seem like that kind of person if he's the kind of person to commission these as a regiment. And so I think that either maybe leaving out that detail and just letting it be something that you know as the author where he got his fortune, but the reader doesn't need to know, or dedicating more words to it, and so that it doesn't sound like he's being flippant about it, and or moving its location. I guess, yeah, you could put it in narration that it's like, oh, Lucy learned that the reason he had this fortune is because his family was wiped out in the Spanish flu. You know, that could work and would make a little more sense as to why it would be more like, I'm just stating a fact if it's coming from her narration. I really like the specifics of the names. I like that there's 2 Dominics and one has a nickname that's cute and feels realistic. And all their stories are super different, and so that's fun. And I love that they have the paintings are not just who they were, but it's who they wanted to be and what they loved. Maybe nitpicky, but I do think that this would have worked a bit better for me if these paragraphs were combined. And so it's like Richard Greer, butcher's son, who'd been supposed to inherit the family business and had loved gambling. Greer he sat in his painting. Greer sat behind a counter of a butcher shop. Dominic Minnie Parsons, who'd grown up in an orphanage and dreamed of flying a Zeppelin one day. Minnie had been painted to look like the captain on such a Zeppelin, you know, something like that. I think it might have flowed better. Granted, I don't know if that would have ended up reading repetitive as like Greer this, Dominic this, Dominic that. But I think that what's awkward about it is it reads like he goes through the paintings, he tells her who they are and talks about the paintings, and then it reads like she does a lap. Like she walks by and does it again, goes, wait a second, I didn't see the scenes before. And especially because the scenes would be super noticeable, it feels like the minute he's calling out their names, she also would be noticing the scenes that they're in, if that makes sense. I do quite like this, though. On another read, that's part of why there's a question on how long it's been, because it's like, I feel like in my starter it kind of read like it's been maybe a week, and so would a week be enough time to pass it hundreds of times? Maybe, but especially if it's specifically a gallery room, would you even have gone in here 100 times? So that's part of where that question comes in, but I do like the idea there. It's funny, I think that the proper word is like, is that even how you spell it? It's not. Oh, no. Oh, it's just with the U. I think that's the correct way of doing that, at least according to American English, which is funny because mustachioed sounds comical, and then mustached sounds better. Sounds less comical. But I think mustachioed is correct. Also, when I first read this, I was like, yeah, mad, Albus, Wulfric, Percival, Brian, Dumbledore vibes. And so I was like, how come you decided to give him such a long name? And then the second time I read it, I was like, oh my gosh. His initials, or his name, like not even his full initials, his name spells dead. I'm curious if that was your intent, or if that was a happy accident or an unhappy accident. And that's funny because I often will like put that kind of thing in my stories, but I rarely look for it in other people's stories. So I was proud that I actually caught that. um, I like the explanation of his scars and stuff like that. I like the concept of spiritual death, so I like this idea brought up that they all died even though he survived. I am curious if it read to you guys as he's undead, that it's like, oh boy, like he died too, he a zombie, or something like that. I think that's an interesting kind of potential red herring, I guess. I really like this sentence here about the true, genuine pain. This kind of feels like the topic sentence of the entire piece. And I like the whole explanation here. And then good exploration of survivor's guilt there. Very sweet, her touching him at last. I like them whispering it. I think that was more powerful when I read it out loud than when I was just reading it to myself. And I can totally understand, like, his perspective. Like, it's very simple, but it makes a lot of sense that it's just like, yeah, he just was afraid that she would think less of him. Especially because he's a man, and, like, traditional masculinity says that, you're a man, you can't cry, you gotta be strong, and stuff like that. And so I like that is addressed, that he's afraid of that, and she doesn't think less of him, doesn't think it's a problem, and is able to actually not only say, I don't think less of you, but turn it on its head and go, you're not weak, you're brave, you survived, and you still are braving those horrors each night. I really like the you're alive thing. That's beautiful. I really like this idea of, like, it's the first time she embraced him fully. I am curious if your intention was that you did say, like, when they shared a bed, he was, like, wearing a nightshirt. So did you intend it to be that during that time they did have sex? Or is it meant to be it only happens after she embraces him fully, and only then can he share with her everything? Either work for me. I'm just kind of curious. And I do like that idea of they might have, like, either they haven't hugged before, or they might have hugged before, but never completely, because she didn't know all of him. And so how could she embrace him fully when he was hiding a part of himself? I think that's an interesting idea. Really love that summary. Like you said, it's very hurt, comfort, and very sweet in that regard. And I like going back to that alive image. I think it works for me. Even though it's repeated. I don't know if it would have worked better if it was just the last line, but it worked just fine to be repeated to me. And then this is an interesting detail, that she would, like, try to go and be with him, and then the servants would be like, nope, go to your room. And I did like that you addressed the servants, even though you didn't address why they were being weird. So yeah, what did you guys think of the story? Was there anything that I set up in the starter that you guys in the chat are like, I wish that was explored more, that I don't feel like that was explored as well or as much as I wanted to see it explored, and stuff like that. Let's see what folks have been saying. Spectre, to my question earlier, I was partially that I actively didn't want to be horrific. It's also because of the emotional place I was in when I wrote this, which just led my mind to go all in on this theme. That's very fair. I know that feeling. Magistrate, I did enjoy the realistic depiction of the trauma of the war, for sure. That said, I chose my setting because I figured that in our fantasy-heavy group, no one would have a story like mine. Yeah, fair. That's kind of why I was asking that, because I was thinking that it could be that both of you were like, I want to be different. Like, I want to go unique with the prompt. Let's go realistic. Let's not go horrific. And then you both had the same thought. And I am curious, before you have to go, Spectre, is there anything in particular in my starter that you were like, that right there, that makes me think World War I veteran? Or if you were like, nope, it was absolutely nothing in the starter that led me that way. It was just my own brain that was like, I want to go this way, kind of thing. Amian, by the way, is pronounced Amian. Amian, gotcha. Sobbing is definitely an ugly cry image. Yes, we appreciate all that you do, Maiko, for sure. Cry dungeons where you go see the cry prisoners and cry on them. Ew. Now I'm just imagining like a super dramatic villain who like sobs over the smallest things and like goes to his prisoners to sob on them. Just like, I saw this video of a puppy today, Jeremy. 1926, it's been 8 years since the battle. The lady, I didn't get the impression that she thought he was Jack the Ripper, more that he was a scary killer. Well, I think my problem is that it very directly says, was he Jack the Ripper? Yeah, like, was her husband Jack the Ripper? If it was just, was he perhaps a killer like Jack the Ripper? That would have worked better for me, but I still would have been like, okay, Jack the Ripper's a particularly scary killer, but also feels a little oddly specific, you know? Little Lady Eva, I also thought the paintings were of his family at first, and was confused about the one that was a butcher because his family seemed super wealthy. Then I figured it out. Fair. Spectre, I did run out of words here and tried to explain how he got the money to commission so many oil paintings. That was totally not because I, for some reason, couldn't think of a fourth name and just decided to reuse Dominic. Fair enough. I like reusing the name. It's realistic. Lots of people have the same name. Agree. The hundreds is meant to be her hyperbole, like I told you 1,000 times. Gotcha. Aerith uses the same name twice in fantasy setting for 2 different characters. Nods of approval are reused names. Spectre is an idea I had the spur of the moment. I'd given him the initial DED initially, the initials initially, when I realized, hang on, I can do something with this. Nice. They never properly hugged before this moment. At most, they would have held hands. Here, she's both hugging him physically and embracing him spiritually for the first time. I definitely got that impression. Honestly, the World War I veteran came last in my writing process. I had the idea of Darius being in emotional agony and Lucy being there for him. I cycled through a few options before settling on using World War I as the backstory for Darius, because the place it occupies in the popular consciousness, and also because it was just a horrific war for everyone involved. I also kind of wanted to write some historical fiction because I'd never done that for the writing group before. You haven't? Really? That surprises me. I feel like out of everyone to do historical fiction, like you would be at the top of the list of people who would be interested in writing that kind of thing. And granted, maybe you are still interested, you just haven't actively done it a lot. But that's interesting. That makes sense. Yeah, because I can totally see that thought process of like, okay, let's have it not be a supernatural problem. Let's just have it be an emotional problem. What emotional problem could it be? And then the story doesn't particularly read as modern, and so, but it probably doesn't, you know, necessarily read as like full-on medieval and stuff like that. And so you put it in the past, but not too far in the past, and at something that caused a lot of emotional turmoil. It makes a lot of sense. Usually the insane former wife was kept in the attic, which was the style at the time. It wasn't just, Rochester. It wasn't just Rochester. It was in style for others too. Yes, I when I read Montgomery, I thought of Robert Robertson III too. It's more Ypres. Last E is barely pronounced in French. Gotcha. I believe the battle at Ypres was also inspired the song In Flanders Field, a famous song from World War I. It could also be a different battle, but I'm 90% sure Ypres was the inspiration. Interesting. There's the church there. That's pretty. Yeah, it's a pretty town now. It wasn't in 1916. I mean, war doesn't exactly beautify cities. You can rebuild them nicer. Good point. You made me imagine a reverse bomb that blows up and the building gets a renovation. That would be fun. That like some sort of witch or other magic user creates their patented reverse bomb to beautify cities, and some people love it and some people are trying to sue because they hate the renovations. Yeah, I honestly got some strong early 20th century vibes from the starter. Not sure why my mind just went there. Very fair. I think, and granted, folks in the chat, let me know what you thought, but despite trying to make it timeless, like, it's impossible to make something truly timeless. And so I totally understand. Yeah, I didn't say that they were, like, texting on their phones. I didn't specify the lighting or the heat. And I also, you know, didn't make it sound medieval and stuff, so, like, I totally understand why your brain went there. Yes, I'm thinking of the meme of, my wolf name is Moon Moon. Totally. More like the carpenters would be angry, yeah, because they're, like, out of a job. Oh, alrighty, Rue. Very good story. Spectre. Well, I think, I think this means it's break time, actually. And I completely forgot to ask people for questions, so hopefully there is an acceptable question at the top of the list. Or if you guys want to submit questions right now to the chat, like, especially if you can think of like a Halloween, fall, Thanksgiving-y question, do not hesitate to submit them now. Jessed's here, don't worry. At least I think he is. Okay. So small. Okay. Yeah, that works pretty well for I believe the one that's next in line. It's about relationships, so that works pretty well with what we've been discussing with this story. It's just not very Halloween-y. Yeah, maybe we could yeah, that seems, I like that. That's very simple. You know, I think I'm gonna do wolves because it's on brand and, you know, it's cute. That's a cute question. I like that. I think I picked it somewhere in the 1800s, early 20th century, maybe 1700s as possible. So along 1920s is the latest time the two people who barely know each other would be something that could happen without being too remarkable. Yeah, that is a great point. That, like, it's the marriage part that's part of the problem, and that's why I was saying, like, the only real explanation for why it would happen in modern day is if it's a Debbie situation. She's like, I don't care who he is or what he looks like, I just care that he's rich, and maybe she even plans to, like, kill him after or something. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I like this question a lot. Okie dokie. So I'll go over here and we turn that one off. But then we turn this one on. Oh, that's right. It's not in the computer anymore. Maybe I will put, I don't know, it's so cute though. Yeah, maybe we'll just keep it. Okay. So, yeah, I think this is a really sweet, very simple question that's good for Thanksgiving times and hopefully will give us good vibes. So you can do, like, specific stories that you're thankful for, or you can do, like, general types of stories. I guess that maybe I could add, like, I don't know, could we add something like, what aspects of writing are you thankful for? You know, what stories are you thankful for, and what things in the category of writing are you thankful for? And other writing things are you thankful for? I guess maybe that gives you more to work with. You don't have to answer my addition if you don't want. Okie dokie. Where is your music? Alright, there's that. And see you in a little bit. We're pausing in the middle of a song. My goodness, these ghosts are cute. I want to show you guys. I don't think I have it up yet, so I'll have to grab it. So yes, and then stream ending. Okay, stream ending. Okay, loop, de doop, and over here, and over here. Autumn spirits, animated screens, stream ending. Okay. There you go. See, like, it's so simple, but just that change in the so you have like the starting soon is it's daytime, you got the blue sky, and then you have the BRB one, which is the orange sky, the sunset. And then you have the, oops, that's not right. Where'd it go? Oh, there we go. And then we have stream ending, where it's like truly the night is creeping up and the sky is more maroon. And then lastly, we have, oops, no. This one, offline, which is totally and completely different. It's all blue. Granted, I think at first I thought it was just night. It's not really, it's just there's a blue sheen over everything, but it makes it look totally different. And I'm sad that this is one that I will never use. Like, honestly, let me know if you if you're a streamer or you know anything about streaming. Like, every person that I've bought, like, overlays from has had these four. Has had starting soon, be right back, stream ending, and currently offline. And what would you use currently offline for? Because if you're offline, you're offline. You're not streaming. So, what would this be used for? But, yeah, maybe I'll just, like, if you guys want me to, I'll try and throw it in the mix as, like, maybe, well, we'll start moving to Christmas when we get to December, but next time, maybe I can throw it in the rotation of, like, screens to put up. I think it's more for, like, an idol? I don't know. Like, but that's the thing. What counts as an idol? Because would my Be Right Back be an idol? I mean, I guess it would be like, I don't know, because I was gonna say, I guess it would be that I'm offline, but it's like, well, I'm not in front of the screen. I will be right back. My stream is not offline. Can you throw it up when the lag goblins are attacking? But when the lag goblins are attacking, don't they just make the stream stop? Okay, now you can see me again. But anywho, story-related gratitude. I'm grateful to Michael End for writing The Never-Ending Story, which got me interested in reading big, thick books. I am grateful to Sir Terry Pratchett for writing the Discworld series and rewiring my brain. I'm thankful to Martha Wells and Lois McMaster Bujold for bitter, twisted heroes who nevertheless chose the better to better their worlds. I would also be very thankful for an agent/publisher combo so I can be part of someone else's gratitude list. Aww, that's very sweet. Jess said, I suppose Douglas Adams is the clear pick, since Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is the first book I remember truly reading because I wanted to read it, rather than for some other reason. I did enjoy books before it, but there is always some other reason for delving into them. Great point. Massa, I'm not sure how to answer this. I suppose I'm mostly thankful for stories that can give me some escapism from my own life's problems. Anything to help me de-stress a little. Fantasy and sci-fi genre tends to work the best, but not exclusively. Weirdly, going to go back in time, I'm going to be thankful to the Encyclopedia Brown series for getting me into reading in the first place. Can't rightly remember what got me into writing, though. Fair. Well, I think I'm mostly thankful for the writings of C.S. Lewis. Prince Caspian was probably the story that sparked the love of fantasy for me. I'm thankful for the works of Shakespeare because it's allowed me to look at drama when I couldn't always go to a theater. I'm thankful for K.A. Applegate and the Animorphs books because you'd be surprised how much body horror and war crimes a children's adventure sci-fi series can hold. I'm thankful to the book series because of the horror and the war crimes. I get it, because you're a horror writer. That probably inspired you. That's just... Oh man, that actually could be a good prompt. Thank you for the horror. It's not thanks for the memories. It's not thank you for the wonder or what you helped me with. It's thank you for the horror. I'm thankful for weird fiction authors like H.P. Lovecraft, Clark Ashton Smith, and Robert E. Howard for showing their ways outside the convention. Thankful for Ray Bradbury and his Martian Chronicles, and thankful for Roald Dahl, who masterfully wrote children's literature and adult-oriented horror. And I could probably keep going. I'm thankful for Tamsin Muir and her cosmic horror lesbian necromancer space fantasy weirdness. Here's hoping Alecto the Ninth is epic. Oh, cool. A thankful story. Interestingly, the Bible's stories, metaphors, and parables. While I am an atheist now, I grew up in a religious household where my father was a pastor. Biblical literature greatly influenced my love of storytelling and in turn gave me insight into much of the literature written since then, such as Milton's Paradise Lost or C.S. Lewis's Chronicles of Narnia stories, which I grew up reading as a kid. So yeah, it's had an interesting influence in my life over the years. That's really interesting, Aerith, and thank you for saying that. I'm as a Christian, if you don't know, I am a Christian. I feel like I often hear from atheists and non-Christians mostly just negative things about the Bible and reasons that it hurt them or that they don't like it or that they don't think it's true. And so it warms my heart to see someone who is an atheist still praise it in some way and be like, yeah, I might not believe it in everything it says anymore, but I still appreciated those stories and it still shaped me as a writer and as a thinker. Well, I was not thinking about religious texts or mythology, to be honest. They're stories, sure, but my mind divides religious writings, mythology, folklore, and fiction for some reason. Very fair. CM Weller, longer than BRB if you're doing a 24-hour stream for charity, but you need sleeps. Oh, good point. Yeah, that it's like... It's like some of Point Crow's streams where it's like, I will not stop until this thing happens, but he also needs to sleep. And so he's currently offline for that time. That makes sense. I'm more like, I'm AFK and not planning on being back for a while. One last writer gratitude. I almost said ratitude. Robert Frost, nice. Liam Miller, thank you for the horror. Thanks for the war crimes. Yup. Nico, so I wanted to come up with a new and interesting thing to say, but I guess I'm just grateful for this group and how it keeps me motivated, or at least moving, and for all the friends it brought into my life. Aw, that's really sweet, Nico. I mean, that is different than what anybody else said, and it is super appreciated. Subathons be brutal. Mm-hmm. And I would totally agree that I am thankful for this group. And your stories that are lovely, that I love getting to read and getting to know your universes and everything. And for you guys allowing me to be your stream master and I don't know, putting up with me and still enjoying the videos and everything. That's much appreciated.
Oh, kitty, where you going? Bubble cat.
So yeah, thankful for this group for sure. I'm trying to decide if I want to answer the question or just move on because we are earlier than usual, but I don't know if we do Galler's story how long it will take. But when people were saying about, like, we're talking about stories, so first of all, there's so many stories that I could think of, and like Wolf was saying, if I go on, then I'll probably go on too long, but if there's a particular one that stands out from, like, what you guys were saying about this got me into reading or this got me into writing, I have been realizing lately how much of my inspiration, I guess, comes from the show Once Upon a Time. I definitely knew that, like, some of my inspiration came from it, but lately I've been watching it with Maker Cam, and I've been realizing, oh, like, that came from Once Upon a Time, and so did that. Wait, that did too, and that. It's all connected. It all goes back to this one thing. I'm not a smorgasbord of different stories that came together to make me as a writer. It's just this one story. I mean, I'm sure I still am ultimately a smorgasbord, but still, a lot goes back to that, and so I'm very thankful for it in particular. And I wanted to answer, because I have a similar experience to Desed, though in a different category of, when I had to read books for school, you know, as you do, you gotta read them for school, solely because I had to read them, that it was like, yeah, you're forced to, this is your homework. I did not like reading them. Like, even books that were like, if I read this on my own, I would quite like it and find it interesting. I still found a chore to read them because I didn't want to. Because it was homework. Because I was on a deadline and I couldn't take my time and read it how I wanted. And there is one book that, there's one book that was the first time that I was like, I'm actually excited to keep reading this. I really like it. But because that book is kind of controversial, and I don't want to get into a fight about it, I'm not going to tell you what book it is, but I'm thankful for that book that actually got me interested in reading it and stuff like that. Well, not controversial in terms of, it's not like, I don't know, I think for the most part, there's nothing like wrong in the content in it, it's just people have very different opinions on it. Is there anything else? I mean, of course, like, I'm thankful for the books that I'm retelling. You know, Frankenstein, Peter Pan, Alice in Wonderland, that kind of thing. You know, I'm thankful for those. I'm thankful for fairy tales in general, because, like, I think just, yeah, fairy tales, Disney stories, Once Upon a Time, all those things I think are just part of what made me interested in the genre of retelling. I like fairy tales and that vibe and everything like that. I'm grateful for Pandora Hearts, of course. That's my favorite series. Yes. Oh, interesting. Wolf was the opposite. I was weird. I only hated one assigned book, Crime and Punishment. Wuthering Heights and Great Expectations were both school assignments. I hated them so much that I still refer to them as Wuthering Heights and Great Expectorations. Nice. Yeah, and it happened in, like, well, I guess there were, okay, so there were, I don't know. There are kind of two, I guess, So I was about to say, oh yeah, there were books that I was forced to read over the summer too. That like it really annoyed me when I hit the point where my summer wasn't my summer, where it's like, yeah, you have to read this over the summer and we'll talk about it when we get back to school. It's like, this is supposed to be my break. So I remember that they were like, you can choose what book you read over the summer at first. and I like picked a book, but you have to pick from our list. And I picked a book, but I ended up hating it. And so, and I don't know that I would hate it if it wasn't like, here's our list, you have to read it over the summer. And it's like, I have to pick from their list and read over the summer. You know, I might like it better if I read it outside of that context. But I did recall that there was one other book. There was one book that I was forced to read over the summer. I still didn't like that I was forced to read it over the summer, but I did genuinely like the book and enjoy reading it. So the other one was The Hobbit. So that one, that's the other one that I did genuinely like. I never had summer reading. Lucky. Not usually a big fan of my assigned reading list, except Shakespeare. I enjoyed reading Shakespeare. That's a good point. I probably hated Shakespeare less than most of the things. Like, I guess it kind of depends, because like we had to read The Tempest over the summer. I think that might have been the same summer we also had to read The Hobbit. And and then we had to read The Twelfth Night around Christmas. And when we got back from summer after reading The Tempest, she was like, our teacher was like, that happens over like a day. And we were like, that happens over a day? And then we read Twelfth Night, and she was like, yeah, this happens over like weeks and months. And we were like, this happens over weeks and months? And stuff like that. So I think there was some, like, I liked Macbeth, I think. So maybe didn't like all of Shakespeare that I read. But I liked Macbeth, but I was mad that we weren't reading Hamlet. It does that. I remember one year my elementary school gave us a package of optional weekly lessons to do over the summer. It went in the drawer as soon as I got home and never saw the light of day again. Nice, very fair. Mako, I never had any issues with reading assignments, I don't think. I was just glad it wasn't anything else. Fair. Kids might be more interested in Shakespeare if the teachers highlighted all the dick jokes. Oh my gosh, that would be so funny. It's like, all right, kids, we have this special highlighted version of Shakespeare for you. Like, okay, what's highlighted? Is it all like all the themes and stuff? I highlighted all the dick jokes for your enjoyment. You might not catch that they're dick jokes, so we made sure to highlight them so you know. Oh boy! Books in the drawer screaming to be let out. Why does that sound like the start of a poem? I read Hamlet and Macbeth in the same semester, back to back. I can believe that, for sure. Yeah, I did like Hamlet. I was so mad that we weren't reading Hamlet, but I actually did read Hamlet on my own, and I loved it. But, yes, so... fun times. The sky is looking a lot like my backgrounds now. It's turning from blue to orangey pink. Righty-roo. No, we're on the right thing. We just need to look over here. That wasn't enough water. In the Manor of Scars. Halloween Finisher. By Desed Fornate. 1,500 words. Had it been her first day there, Lucy would have ignored this. Oh, no, it's right. Okay. For some reason, I thought I accidentally went back to Spectre for a second, even though I don't think Spectre starts this way. Let's restart. In the Manor of Scars, Halloween Finisher, had Desed Fornate, 1,500 words. Had it been her first day there, Lucy would have ignored this and gone on her way. But after a week of speaking with the man she'd married without learning anything about him, Lucy needed more. Heart fluttering, she lifted the creaking trapdoor. Freezing, dank air wafted from the undercroft as Lucy descended. To her surprise, she found a light switch beside the ladder. A flick brought the bulbs into harsh life, revealing a basement of rough-hewn stone, the heavy pillars and archways giving the impression of the Minotaur's maze. Lucy's shoes scraped on the stones as she looked over her husband's macabre collection. A shelf holding rodents preserved in jars, rune-covered Viking shields in a corner, and a table displaying a dismantled mummy, bones, wrappings, and amulets arrayed neatly. But a desk between a metal door and an ancient cauldron drew Lucy's eye, the papers tantalizing her with a glimpse into Darius's mind. There she found photostats of Buddhist scriptures, Mesoamerican shrines, and the Book of the Dead, all with her husband's notes. He wants to call a soul from the afterlife. She had flipped over these pages to find German and Chinese alchemical texts with his translations in the margins. And rejuvenate dead flesh. When Lucy pulled up the next paper, her heart stopped, seeing an envelope addressed to Darius written in her mother's hand. Lucy reached for it when a noise snapped her attention to the door, and something had moved inside. Chilled, Lucy hurried back to the ladder. A furtive shadow caught her eye, but when she looked, all was still. Heart pounding, she turned off the lights and retreated from the cold darkness. Lucy closed the window shutters outside her husband's room, bathing the hallway in darkness. She leaned against the wall around the corner, turning the ring on her finger around and around. She thought over her plan for when Darius finished speaking to the ice delivery man and retired to bed. Over and over, she rehearsed every word and movement, yet when the stairs creaked, she almost lost her nerve. Are you really going to begrudge the hobbies of a man who pulled you from the ooze of poverty? It was a nightmare after Mother passed, and Henry's been missing since the war. Claws dug into Lucy's heart, thinking of her brother, trying not to imagine what might have befallen him in the trenches or a German POW camp. A cough brought her back to attention, Darius muttering as he walked towards his door. Lucy emerged from cover and walked right into him, crying out as she stumbled. Heavens above! Darius shouted. Oh no, Lucy said, straightening. I apologize for knocking into you. No harm done. Darius turned the doorknob. Wait, may I join you? Lucy put her hand on his, their rings tapping together. Please, we've spent a fortnight apart. Darius swallowed, tensing. I confess that I snore loudly. I grew used to Father's snoring. I'll adjust to yours. Darius turned to her as the gas lights lit. She saw her reflection in his eyes, mirrors keeping her out. And then he opened the door, stepping in and leaving it open. It took Lucy an embarrassing moment to follow. Darius was already in the washroom, behind its door, his voice echoing from inside. There are sleeping tablets on the table. Please take them. I make so much noise. Lucy hid the tablets in an old candy dish. Darius emerged, wearing a long-sleeved nightgown. He swept across the floor and slid under the covers, a smile curling his lips when he saw that the pills were gone. There's a gown in the closet, which ought to fit. Lucy rifled through the closet, finding it between a khaki army uniform covered in stitches and a moth-eaten jacket. She hesitated, a heartbeat, before letting her dress fall and donning the gown. And then Lucy slipped through the rustling bed curtains and into bed beside Darius. She folded her hands on her chest and pretended to fall asleep, keeping her eyes open the mirror slit. She waited, watching Darius stare back at her with his own half-lidded eyes. At last he relaxed, his eyes fully closing. For the longest time, nothing happened, Lucy's trepidation fading as her mind grew fuzzy. An animalistic grunt jerked her awake. A heart aflutter, she looked upon her husband. Darius was sweating, face contorted. He grunted, then cried out, twisting as his arms flailed. No, he mumbled. No! Lucy forced herself to be still, watching him thrash until his flailing fist struck her. She wailed, pushing against Darius as he screamed, both of them crashing from bed on opposite sides. Lucy brushed the hair from her face, rising to stare through the violently parted bed curtains. There stood Darius, eyes wide and shining. It struck Lucy like lightning when she realized he was weeping. "Oh no, are you badly hurt?" "I ought to ask that of you," Darius croaked. "I did not realize. Oh God, am I so far gone that I awaken women from bromide-aided slumber?" "Darius, I hid those pills. I had to know more about you." Lucy took a deep, shaking breath. "I found your secret basement." Darius gasped. How much did you see?" "You knew my mother. There's a locked door, and you're obsessed with death. Darius, who are you? Please tell me." "I was Henry's sergeant," Darius croaked. "I swore to your mother before God I would bring him home alive." Lucy grimaced, claws clutching her heart. Darius lifted his nightgown like a curtain to unveil the truth. His skin was scarred, red gouges raking his chest, warty chemical burns on his arms, a bayonet gash across his thigh, a crescent shrapnel wound on his neck. "Oh, we were in the same infernal ditch at the Somme. He and I had the same wounds after the shell burst," Darius croaked. "Why did I live while he perished?" Lucy crept around the bed, trying not to approach him like he was one of the artillery shells he'd spoken of. She took his hand, whispering, "Then, down in the basement, I had the body smuggled here and preserved in a tub of salt water and spirits, though it did not stop clouding until the third change." Darius's eyes snapped shut. "There must be some way to bring him back. I swore an oath, and if I cannot keep it—" Silence fell, save for the grandfather clock ticking down the hall. Lucy at a loss for words. At last she managed. "Mother never knew, did she?" "She was a bright woman, and must have suspected," Darius said. "I have to bring Henry back, fulfill my word, or this world has no God, just beasts who live and die meaninglessly." "Don't you think that too harsh?" Lucy asked, blanching as she wished to call the words back. For, of course, he thought the world harsh. Darius shook his head. "When you see a boy, blood dripping from his lips as he begs for his mother, you realize what an evil lie it all is." "Is that what you see when you sleep?" He nodded, looking through her to some distant battlefield, flinching at an explosion which could never reach Lucy's ears. Trembling, he fell against her like a puppet whose strings had been cut. "I failed everything." "Not yet," she told him, rubbing his back. "We can still give him a proper burial." No, you're not an oath breaker," Lucy said fiercely, holding his head and looking into his aged eyes. "If there were some way to breathe life into dead flesh, it would be known." Darius took a deep breath, nodding. "I have no right to refuse." Lucy tugged him, bringing Darius back to bed and holding him as their first vigil began. Lucy did not venture into the basement to see her brother's corpse, for the night terrors Darius murmured gave her picture enough. She did stand at her husband's side, at the grave dug below the boughs of a tree, which seemed to have the face of a calm, motherly woman. Darius stood mute during the ordeal, his beard shorn to reveal how young he truly was. All his eyes told how many lifetimes he'd faced the Kaiser's guns. Yet he was relieved when it ended, the two returning to the manor. "I need to put the finances in order," Darius muttered, stalking up to his office. He stopped halfway up the stairs, glancing back at Lucy as a tentative smile tugged on his lips. "But I will be down for supper." "I look forward to it," Lucy said, a lightness coming to her that she hadn't felt in weeks, perhaps years. She walked down the hall, pausing when she heard the piano playing. Curious, Lucy walked in to listen. Only there was no one there, and the moment she entered, the sound faded, leaving only a still instrument bathed in shadows. Throw out those moths and monsters that cheer for this story if you loved it. Sorry I didn't move that one properly. If you have any questions for the group, Deathshead, don't hesitate to ask them. Once again, I did review this one, so you might be getting a repeat of a lot of things I already said. But what did you guys in the chat think of this story? I am curious to hear you guys contrast the two stories. And feel free to say, like, I liked this and this story more, but I like this and this story more. But do try to be careful. Like, both stories are great, and we want to praise both authors and not be like, this one's way better, you know? They're both good and stuff like that. So if you have praise for both, critiques for both, something you think was done better in this one, something you think was done better in the other, then feel free to say any and all of that. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. Last of my bits, says Magistrate Ironlung. Hello, MSM32. I just got here, I guess the second one. I'm assuming just said sent you the usual thing, but I will still say my spiel, which is that we are a writing group. We have a prompt every week, and we write microfiction for that prompt and post it to the Discord, and then I read some of the stories live on Twitch on Saturday. This stream is a little different than usual. We are currently reading our fall Halloween stories, so those have a longer word limit and a bit more, I was going to say a bit more open-ended prompt, but I feel like that's up for debate. Does it feel more or less open-ended? Anyway, so, yep, what happened here in particular is that I wrote a starter story, so I wrote the beginning to a story, and then any of our writers were free and welcome to finish the story. And so we had 2 writers do so, but it turned out they actually inadvertently came up with very similar ideas. And so I thought it would be very fun to read them both on the stream, you know, compare, contrast them, and stuff like that. So that is what we are doing. Alrighty-roo. I greatly enjoyed this story, Deathshead. I know that so, first of all, I totally understand your complaint, which is that my starter felt like, I think you said, like, the first act, and so you had to do the second and third act in the same amount of words. And so I can totally get that, because like I said, when I wrote the starter, I wanted to, like, go further into the plot, but any further I went, I would start, you know, picking something. I'd start picking what was going on. So I totally get that complaint and the desire for more words and everything, but I think you did a fantastic job with the words that you had. And you were able to tell a pretty darn complete, cohesive story, second and third act, even in that same amount of words. And so I'm quite impressed by what you were able to do, and I think you did a great job. All right. I like your opener. I think that works very well. And I like that first line. That I feel like that draws me in to the story, the finisher and stuff. Let's see. I like the description of everything that's going on here. Like I said, I'm curious what you guys in the chat think of this line here about the Minotaur's maze, because on the one hand, always love a classical reference, and it gives a very strong image of, like, ooh, like it's this really intense maze and stuff. But on the other hand, it felt a little bit out of place. It made me question, would someone like Lucy know about that? And even if she did know about that, is that something that would immediately come to mind? I don't know, you know? Would she be well read and know about mythology and stuff like that? So I'm curious if that worked for you guys or if it stuck out to you. But overall, I really like the description, and I like how it's very clear that everything's from different cultures, and I think that's just a good idea on Darius's part, that he if you're trying to find the answer to something so big as this, drawing from many different cultures is definitely a great idea. It's kind of like Iroh's, you know, if you only draw knowledge from one source, that it becomes like stagnant and stale sort of thing. Oh, let me close the door. I like the little note about her mother. That's very intriguing. It's like, ooh, he knew her mother, but the letter to from her mother is in the secret basement. So like, what's the secret about, you know, his relationship with her mother? There's definitely some confusion here on the something had moved inside. So when I first read, she reached for it when a noise snapped her attention to the door. I'm assuming that you mean the door to the place, like the door to the room that she's in, and that would be the trap door. And it's like, and like that works fair enough to be like, okay, yeah, she could hear a noise upstairs, but something had moved inside means that there is a room inside. That wouldn't be the phrasing that you'd use for outside the room and above the trap door. And so that made me realize it's the metal door, which is mentioned here. But when you say, but a desk between a metal door and an ancient cauldron to Lucy's eye, I am automatically assume if you're saying just a metal door, I'm assuming that's what you're seeing, the closed door. And when you say a metal door, I'm kind of assuming like a bank safe door, like a big metal door. And metal doors are purportedly not see-through. They're not transparent. And so I'm definitely thinking this is a big shut door and not something that she could see something moving inside the room beyond it, if that makes sense. So that was a little bit confusing. And later you'll say, when she is like talking to him, she says that the door was locked. Let's see if I can find it. You knew my mother, there's a locked door, and you're obsessed with death. Okay, first of all, she didn't try to open it, so she doesn't know if it's locked. But if it was closed, yeah, I could presume it was locked. But if she's seeing something inside, it's not closed, and if it's not closed, it can't be locked. So yeah, definitely some confusion around the door, and I feel like my advice for that would just be to remove it. Just like, you already have plenty of description with everything that's going on in the room, and so yeah, just having it be that maybe like she hears a noise above, or she just is like, out of the corner of her eye she saw something, you know, especially because that's in the word bank. Out of the corner of her eye she sees something, she gets scared, you know. I think that would work fine. You don't have to go into the specifics of the door or anything like that. Same thing here, because I'm like, a furtive shadow caught her eye. Where? In the room beyond the metal door? In this room? Is she just seeing things? So I think just saying something for both of these, just saying something as simple as she thought she saw something out of the corner of her eye. She gets scared, she runs up. I think would work better and be less words. I have a thought for this, but I think I'll talk about it at the end. And then kind of a similar confusion here. So Lucy closed the window shutters outside her husband's room, bathing the hallway in darkness. So when you say Lucy closed the window shutters outside her husband's room, I assume you mean a window to the outside. You know, that there's like, you know, you poke your head out, you close one shutter, you poke your head out, you close the other shutter. There you go. Or it's like blinds, you close the blinds. But whatever it is, it's to the outside. It's to the backyard. Bathing the hallway in darkness. Okay, so bathing the hallway in darkness can mean two things. Either it was not, in fact, a window to the outside. It was a window from his room to the hallway. And that's not, like, unheard of, but it is very unusual to have, like, a window inside the house into a room. And so that's kind of an odd image, and I don't know why you'd have it as just kind of a throwaway image. What I'm guessing it's meant to be is that the door to her husband's room is open, and so once she shuts the window to the backyard, then not only is the room bathed in darkness, but so is the hallway beyond the room. But the one thing that goes against that is that he has to turn the doorknob, so the door is closed. So I really don't know what's going on there. I think that either, again, completely removing the image, because all the image was just like she's doing something as like the new scene starts, and so I think taking it out would be best. Or you could just say bathing the room in darkness, and that would make a lot more sense. But removing it would also give you words. And then I like the image of her ring, that it kind of symbolizes how she is nervous about her husband, that it's like, I want to love him, but I don't know about him. And so I think that's a great image to use. So speaking to the ice delivery man, so if this was meant to be like he's getting ice for Henry's body to continue preserving it, then I think that this works, because it's like, there's a specific detail, and it's in there for a reason, because it's supposed to hint at he's got a body that he has to keep on ice. But if all it is just like, yeah, we don't have a fridge, we need ice for our food, I feel like that's oddly specific to mention by name and only costs you words, and would probably be better to just say, she thought over her plan for when Darius retired to bed, and I think that would draw the attention less. I really like your description here about, I like this phrasing especially of, are you really going to begrudge the hobbies of a man who pulled you from the ooze of poverty? That was a very fun word bank word, and just a creative and vivid phrasing. And I do love that she's downplaying it as it's just his hobby, raising the dead. We all gotta have a hobby. That's great. And I think you do a fantastic job with the exposition for Henry. Personally, of course, people in the chat, you can always feel free to agree or disagree with what I'm saying. But personally, I really liked the introduction here, because with something like this, like you were saying about the like how you had to do like Act 2 and 3, you have to set up. Her brother is missing and her mother passed and stuff like that. And so I think you did a great job of putting it just early enough, like just far enough away from the reveal that it doesn't feel like you got the exposition right before the reveal, and it does feel natural. It does feel like something she'd actually be thinking about at this time, so that I think that works well. I like how nice and sweet they both are to each other. That's kind of I don't know, foreshadowing seems like too strong of a word, but just kind of showing the audience like, either, hey, he's genuinely a nice dude, or, like, this makes them more suspicious, because they're like, why is he acting so nice, And I was saying in my comments that I was like, oh, does this mean that it's been 2 weeks? So, like, it's been a week, it's noted, after a week is noted here, and then, okay, we have this, and then it's fortnight, so I guess it means that the asterisk was supposed to be another week. And at first I was like, something feels off, but I guess that's fine. But as I thought about it more, I think what's off about it is that, to me, it just read like, this is something she could do that evening. It's just like, yeah, she got out of the basement, and then she went to her husband's room and closed the shutters and waited for him to talk to him about it. And so I do think that a sentence like, after a week, just something to clarify it's been another week earlier, would probably be good. And then I do like that you can tell this is a bad excuse. That it's like, yeah, I snore. And it's like, he's hiding something. And that works well. And I like her response. I'm curious if you guys got. I asked about this and said answered. I'm curious if you guys got it yourselves. The intention here is that there's electric lights in the basement, there's gas lights in the house, because the basement is what he cares about. Like, that's what he's putting his money into, because that's what he's putting his life into, is working down there. So that's an interesting detail. She saw a reflection in his eyes, mirrors keeping her out. This line works better and better for me the more I read it, but especially when I first read it, I was like, mirrors keeping her out. Like, I get reflection equals mirrors, and I get that he's, like, trying to keep her out, but the phrasing still sounded odd, and I think part of what sounds odd about it is because mirrors aren't usually something that keeps people out. You know, it's, I think something like, you know, she saw her reflection in his eyes, mirrors acting as walls, or something like that, I think would follow a little bit better for me. Because, like, yeah, walls, barriers, keep people out, but mirrors just kind of sit on the wall and they reflect you, and stuff like that, and so they're not a traditional keepy outy thing. And so, yeah, I think a different phrasing would be good there. I like how sus it seems that he is like, oh, you should take some drugs, you should take some sleeping tablets. It's like, that turns on the spook barometer. And it's truthfully just that he has night terrors and he really does make a lot of noise. It's just not snoring. And so he doesn't want her to, you know, have to deal with that or wake up. And so I think that works quite well. So I know the candy dish was for the word bank, but it felt odd to me that she hid the tablets in a candy dish because first of all, like, I think a description like, Lucy hid the tablets within the candy of an old candy dish, or even within the contents of an old candy dish, then that would convey, oh, there's a lot of candy and she kind of shoved it in there. But just saying in an old candy dish, at least to me personally, actually conveys that the candy dish is empty. That it's just a candy dish sitting right next to where the tablets were. And she just throws them in there. And it's like, that'd be pretty noticeable, my girl. And then the other thing is that, like, even if it is that she indeed, like, mixed them in the candy, granted, I don't know exactly a whole lot about candy back then. Maybe they really did just look the same as medicine or, like, white tablets and stuff. But when I think of a white tablet of medicine and I think of a piece of candy, they visually look very different. And so it'd be very easy for him to see that. And I feel like immediately there's more options of what she can do that would be a lot more hidden. You know, she could, if she has pockets, she could put it in her pocket. She could just, like, throw it on the floor and kind of kick it under the rug, or kick it between the floorboards, or kick it under the table, or something like that. She could, I don't know, if there's a bookshelf around, hide it behind a book, whatever. Like, I guess the thing is, I expect her to be hiding it, and what she does doesn't actually sound like she's truly hiding it, if that makes sense. I think it worked well in both yours and Spectre's story that he wears a nightgown. I don't know why I didn't think of that myself. And then I like how spooky the smile is. It's that genuinely he's just relieved, but it's like, why is he smiling about this? This is scary. I am curious how how he has a woman's gown in his wardrobe. Because it's fine if he was married before, and granted, maybe that was exactly the implication, that you want it to be a little bit like, you know, okay, that sounds like he was married before, what happened to his previous wife, in which case that does work and stuff like that. But if he hasn't been married before, I don't know why he'd have a woman's gown in there. But I do like what you were able to get out of that you were able to again say, like, okay, army stuff is going on, there's your hint there. That's a good word bank word use. And then I like the little moment of hesitation. That's cute. I have kind of mixed feelings about this image, because I honestly, at first when I first read it, I didn't really have a problem with it. That it's like, yeah, okay, like they both are or she is suspicious of him, and he doesn't want her to. He doesn't want her to. He doesn't want her to be suspicious of him. He doesn't want her to hear the night terrors and stuff. So they both want the other person to fall asleep. And so they're kind of staring at each other, their eyes half lidded, waiting for the other to fall asleep. And on the one hand, I kind of love that, and that's kind of like hilarious in a good way, that they're kind of playing chicken with sleep, like who's gonna fall asleep first. On the other hand, when I really think about it logistically, it seems strange that they could stare at each other like that, and neither one would get suspicious. Well, I mean, Lucy's already suspicious, but that it wouldn't be like, why are you staring at me? Why are you staring at me? You know? I see the ad's about to start. Yeah, I guess I'll just go to the prompt stuff. Okay, I think Fist in the Wind was the last one we did. So, a fire under the ocean. I don't really know what to make of this one, because it makes me think of just how there's like volcanic activity under the ocean. Well, under the Earth's crust everywhere, there's, you know, a layer of magma, but sometimes it comes out in the ocean. You know, the plates can do that and let the magma through, and there can be heat and bubbles and stuff under the ocean and stuff. And so that's cool, and I like that. And I do like the contrast of the prompt between fire and water, and how literally that exists as a thing and stuff. And like perhaps the more general way you can take it is something about opposites, how like this thing can happen because there's a fire under the ocean, you know, that exists, so maybe this other thing that seems like it shouldn't exist, seems opposite, can exist. Like maybe you could use it that kind of way. But I do think in general it's rather specific, and at least for me it would be hard to figure out what to do with it. So that's pretty much always, probably could figure out something to do with it, but also probably wouldn't vote for it because it's difficult to figure out how to use that one. Now granted, if you just changed one word, if you had it be a fire under the water, maybe that would be a lot more applicable to more situations, because you could write about how there's, you know, some sort of fire under a river, under a pond. You know, it could be there's a witch who lives under the pond or something like that. I think, yeah, part of what makes it so specific and more difficult to come up with stuff for is because it's ocean. So it's like, okay, you have to have some kind of ocean in there. But if it's just water, it can be any kind of water, including the ocean, but not excluding other kinds of water. And then Wolf's next one, last one it seems, so if you have more to send after this, you feel free. But taking its toll, pretty self-explanatory. So yeah, something takes its toll. There's a lot of things that can take their toll, you know. Years of doing a certain kind of work can take a toll on your body. You can literally go across a toll bridge and the toll taker takes the toll. You can, I don't know, make a deal with someone and you could rephrase that as like, yeah, they have to take their toll. It could be that you didn't realize the price of something. You're like, yeah, I want to do this thing, and you didn't realize that it would take a toll later, you know, sort of thing. Meaning to affect something, especially negatively, to damage or degrade, to cause harm or destruction. Yeah, so that's pretty much what I got out of it. That one's pretty easy to get immediately. I think it works as a prompt because there's lots of different things that would take a toll. It's funny because I don't know if I like the phrasing of take a toll more than taking its toll. There's something about the like in medias res nature of it that seems slightly odd to me, but I don't know if that's just my brain being weird. Um, so yeah, I think that works for me. It's not my favorite prompt, but it definitely works as a prompt for me. Um, my only thought is SpongeBob with the fire. Yeah, that was my thought too, says Mousa. Boiling water, that's a good point. Well, I was gonna say that's a good point, but only if the prompt was a fire under the water, not if it's the ocean. uh, Madness takes its toll. Please have exact change. Nice. Lovecraftian eldritch horror researcher, toll taken on their sanity. Totally. Totally. For sure. Oh, Desert has to step away. Be back, son. Oh no. Well, I don't know what to do because I want Descent to be here for the discussion, but I don't want to just pause the stream. I mean, granted, Descent has already heard my critiques and stuff, so I guess maybe it's fine to keep reading or keep critiquing, critiquing and praising. So it's funny that I had a very similar critique in both stories, because in the other stories it was like he is sobbing and then he's like 3 seconds later walking up the stairs, and I was like, you're ugly crying, you're gonna need to take a second to compose yourself. And this is the same but in reverse, that it's like he is not crying at all and then he's weeping. And so I think crying would work a lot better, of just like, yes, we're beginning the cry, not a second ago there were no tears and now ugly tears, you know? And I kind of went back and forth on this, but it definitely did seem strange to me that she went, oh no, are you badly hurt? Because he's the one who accidentally punched her. And so sure, she did like wail and push him, and then he did crash out of bed, but I feel like that reads like she wailed and pushed him and he fell out of bed. Like, not like he got super hurt. But she's the one who was punched. And so I don't really know why she would immediately think he was hurt, let alone badly hurt. And yes, he is weeping, and so I can understand that it's like, what's wrong? And granted, a phrasing like, did you get hurt in the fall? Or did the fall hurt you or something like that? Would cost more words, but would make a little more sense that it's like, oh yeah, like he fell out of the bed and she's nervous that hurt him. But just a general, are you badly hurt? From what? From rolling out of bed? You know, is kind of the vibe. But I do like Darius's response a lot. I really like the, why are you asking me that? I should ask you, because that's exactly what I was thinking. I really like this line as well, of like, oh my gosh, you took sleeping pills and I still woke you up. Oh my gosh, this is bad, you know? And that works really well. And I really like how chaotic it is. It's very fun that, like, this is ultimately quite a domestic story, but it still feels through this scene like action-packed and stuff like that. And so I like that a lot. And it makes a lot of sense because, like, I was kind of looking for something like this in Spectre's story, in terms of, I was like, well, he was actively trying to hide it and he concedes really fast. But because of the short worm limit, word limit, you kind of, oh my gosh, now I want this to be like a joke in the community, that it's the worm limit. You can only have so many worms in your story. The worms, they knit together your story, but they get crowded and they get crotchety if there's too many of them together. So you can only have that many worms. Anyways, so I was kind of looking for something like this in Spectre story, that I was saying that I was kind of confused as to why he would give up so easily. And I think that you explained well through this very chaotic situation, like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense as to why he would give up this information, because it's like, they went to bed, and he accidentally punched her, and they're all falling out of bed, and like, this is bad, and so we need to reveal it now, you know. That makes a lot of sense. And I'm curious what you guys think of the oath idea. I personally really liked this oath thing, because I think often stories like this with somebody wanting to bring someone back to dead, it's just like they just cared a lot about them, right? It's like, oh, I really like this person and I don't want them to be gone, you know, kind of thing. And that totally works. But this is a lot more of a unique way of doing that I think it's cool and interesting that he is so deeply bound by this oath that he is ready to try and cheat death to keep it. And I think that is really interesting to me and works really well. And like, yeah, bring him home alive, like that works really well. Of like, all she wanted is him to come home from the war alive, and he's like, oh no, but he died in the war, and I swore to bring him home alive, so you know what, I'm gonna bring him back, literally from the dead. That works well. I like your description of all the different wounds on him too. And I think the survivor's guilt in your story works quite well as well. Really like this line in particular. The flow of this section is a little odd to me. Then down in the basement, well, so let's see. Why did I live while he perished? Then down in the basement, I had the body smuggled here and preserved in a tub of salt water and spirits, though it did not stop clouding until the third change. So either she is asking, wait, is his body in the basement? And he's like, yes, his body's in the basement. But she didn't see the body, and so when she says down in the basement, I don't interpret that ellipses as, is his body there? You know, I need a little more to draw that conclusion myself, to draw the conclusion that she drew the conclusion. And so I think that either you'd have to use some words to clarify that, or that she was just asking, like, what was the deal down in the basement? She wasn't asking, is his body down there? She was just like, what are you doing down there? And, like, sure, him talking about the body does answer, what is he doing down there? But it's, now I'm struggling to describe why it flows awkwardly to me, but, yeah, down in the basement. I had the body smuggled here. Kind of reads like she saw it, and she didn't. She's like, I wasn't asking about the body. I was asking about the rest of the basement. There's a body down there? You know? So I think maybe starting with, yeah, I've been trying for this long, kind of like in what it was said in Spectre's story about the 8 years, that giving a time frame of like, for this long I've been accumulating resources to try to bring him back. I had the body smuggled here, you know, would work better for me. And then I don't know what it did not stop clouding until the third change means. So an explanation would be appreciated. I like the use of the grandfather's clock. I do think it's interesting, the note about her mother. Like, I think it's totally fair to be like, yeah, mom didn't know about this, and it would be fine if you just left it at, yeah, she didn't. But I think it adds some like richness and depth that it's like, she was smart. She probably suspected. So like that's really interesting. And so on the one hand, this is a detail that we don't need to have, but it kind of adds like richness to the story and the interpersonal relationships. On the other hand, that is a detail that we don't need to have, and so if there are things that you need more words for, like what I was just saying a second ago, that might be something you could have removed. So I like her little, like, well, I guess I'll do this part first. This was one of my bigger critiques for the story, and I saw that you answered it, so I can go and open up the document and read what you said. But, so I have to bring Henry back, fulfill my word, or this world has no God, just beasts who live and die, meaninglessly. So on the surface, like, this is a powerful thing to say, and conveys the depth of his emotion, and I like it for that. But when I actually look into what he's saying, it doesn't really make sense to me, because, like, often people who are trying to bring back the dead, very specifically, are doing it because they don't trust God anymore. They don't believe in God anymore, or they do, but they don't like him. That it's like, yeah, God has apparently, like, has this order where people live and die, and apparently ordained that my friend would die, but I say F that, you know? What are you doing? Give him back. And so, yeah, generally it would actually be because you think the world has no God that you want to bring someone back from the dead, because it's like, well, through the natural order that apparently God set in place, my friend died. I'm not okay with that. So you know what? Like, I don't think he exists anymore. Taking matters into my own hands, kind of thing. And so maybe I could see it in terms of, like, it's God's will to empower me, that it's like, I believe that God doesn't want Henry to die, and so doesn't want Henry to remain dead, and so I believe that it is his will to empower me to do this. And so, like, that does make more sense, but I think the reason I don't automatically, draw that conclusion is because, again, death and life is like the most natural order of most natural orders. And granted, like, there is an element where I myself, as a Christian, don't believe that God likes death. And so even me saying, oh, death is part of the natural order and stuff, I don't necessarily believe the same things that everyone would in this case. But even though I don't believe that God likes death, that doesn't mean that I would go, yes, it's his will for me to be the first person ever to create a device to bring the dead back to life. You know, like, what I was trying to say is, like, death and life are the most natural things of natural things. And so it being like you going against that, doing something huge, doing something that's never been done before, and raising the dead to life is a highly specific thing for you to believe that God wants you to do. And if that's the case, then I'm like, I have a lot of questions. Like, why do you think that God never empowered anyone else to ever do that in history? Why do you think that he didn't empower someone to do that at the dawn of time? Why is it just you, Darius? You know? And granted, maybe he's not fully sane, and maybe his mind isn't totally there, or maybe he's desperate to cling to the fact that God exists, and so he's coming up with a roundabout way of still believing in God, even though it makes more sense for him not to, and stuff like that. And so that would work, but that would require more words to kind of convey to the audience and stuff like that. So let me pull up how you answered that question of mine, or that critique of mine. Oh, is it in the other tab? Maybe it is. That was mine. That one is Spectres. And here is Destins. Okay. Okay, so just it said, so from what I've read, gleaned from interviews with people who've seen heavy combat, is that it is often a mentally shattering experience. To spell out what my intention was, Darius was raised a good British imperialist nobleman who serves God, king, and empire. And then that worldview is obliterated by the trenches. But it isn't really replaced with anything well thought out or rigorous. He's latched onto his oath to bring this man home alive as the last thread connecting him to some vision of civilized humanity. Without that, he thinks that there's nothing aside from the butchery of the battlefield. There's a reason why a lot of men after World War I became communists / fascists / mystics / other extreme and fringe belief systems. The old order broke before their eyes, and the powers at B had no will or ability to offer something to replace it. I hope this makes sense. So I do think it makes sense, though I'm not sure it entirely, to me, like, I don't know, fixes my critique, I guess. Because, like, 100%, I believe it's a mentally shattering experience. And I can totally believe and get from what you've written that he's, you know, he's raised a good British imperialist nobleman who serves God, King, and Empire, and that he isn't sure what to think after coming home. I don't know if I yeah, I guess that would be one of the first reasons why your explanation doesn't really fix what I'm saying, because if his worldview has been obliterated, wouldn't that mean he doesn't believe in God? Because if he serves God, he served God before, and he's still serving God, and so that doesn't seem like it's completely obliterated. It isn't really replaced with anything well thought out or rigorous. That does make sense, and it does make sense that he's latched onto his oath, that it's like, this is, like, in a way, it could be like, this is how I can still be a good person after everything. I can still do some good in the world after, you know, the people I've killed and the people who've been killed around me and stuff. So all that makes sense. And so, yeah, I can totally get that I totally get the second part of, like, yeah, we're just beasts who live and die meaninglessly. I totally get that idea of, if I can't bring him back, then his life and death had no meaning. Like, how can this boy who had so much potential and, you know, was this beautiful person just die out there? Like, it had no meaning. I need it to have meaning. And so for him to be like, well, it's my oath and I gotta bring him back, that brings the meaning back. That for sure makes sense to me. And I can definitely see why people coming back from the war would adopt, you know, fringe belief systems. And, like, if his fringe belief system is, I believe that I can bring the dead back to life, that totally works and makes sense for me. All of it is just centered around the God thing. That, like, I totally get everything else in the story, that, like, with the oath and the beasts and all that stuff. It's just the no God part. Because, like, yeah, if he already was like, I stopped believing in God when I came home from the war, I'd be like, sad, but I get it. You know, I understand why that did that. But being like, if I don't bring the dead back to life, there is no God, feels contradictory to me, if that makes sense. Now, I do really like her response, especially because I did have that question about the previous line. I do really like her being like, you sure about that? And I also think it's neat that she still second guesses it, and that shows compassion on her part, that it's like, don't you think that's too harsh? And it's like, I'm talking to someone who literally came home from war. What do you mean it's too harsh? You know, I think that works really well. I think that image that you have is very striking. This is very Dulce et Decorum est, and so that works very well for me as well. And then, yeah, all this works about, like, you know, how what happens when he sleeps. Really like this line in particular. And this too is quite a good image. And I think it makes a lot of sense that he interprets it as, I've failed, and he just wants to succeed at something. That totally makes sense. And then my other kind of bigger critique was here at the end. So, you haven't failed yet, we can still give him a proper burial. I do really like that idea, that it's like, you will have failed him if you don't let him rest. And so that's super cool and interesting and creative, of a way of having her argue for doing something else. That it's like, yeah, you're failing him because you're keeping him on ice in the basement. But, you know, if you let him rest, you would be succeeding him. You would be not failing him anymore. And so I do really like that argument. But I don't know how long Darius has been at this, but I presume it's been months, if not years. And so if someone's been at this for this long, and, like, they care so much about the basement that they put the electric lights in the basement, not in the main house, and they spend so much time there, someone like that probably isn't going to be convinced by we need to bury him. And they'll be like, the minute that I bury him, I can never attempt it again. So it's like, of course not. I don't want to do that. And so I do like that she gives him another argument. But her other argument is, if there were some way to breathe life into dead flesh, it would be no. Now, I agree with her, and that kind of goes along with the God thing I was talking about before, of like, why do you think you're the one who is going to bring the dead back to life? If it was going to happen, it should have happened centuries ago. So I do get her logic for sure. But once again, I do not feel like this would be convincing to someone in his position. Because if, like, I'm trying desperately to do something, and I'm experimenting, and I've spent my life, my money, my time, years, months if not years on this, and then someone's like, well, if we could do that, someone already would have done it. I would be like, I'm sorry, no. Like, I would have some explanation for why that's not the case, or why I will be the first. I'm not going to be like, okay, you got me. You're right. Somebody would have done it by now. I think if there was a slight tweak to this line, which was that if there's some way to breathe life into dead flesh, you would know by now. That would work a lot better for me, because that would convey, oh yeah, I'm acknowledging all the work that he's done on this. And it's like, it's not, yeah, somebody would have done it if it could have been done. It would be, hey, you've spent months to years on this, and you haven't found the answer. Don't you think that means there isn't one? Don't you think that means there isn't something to know if you've been researching this long and this rigorously? So that would work better for me. And similarly, I have no right to refuse, I don't really get. My best guess is that it's like, this is his new wife. He isn't going to refuse her, kind of thing. But again, like, why do you not have a right to refuse? Like, especially in the past, like, you're the man of the house. And so generally, throughout history, the man has had word over the woman. And granted, that's very sweet. if he is like, I care about you and your thoughts so much that I feel like I have no right to refuse you. But, so, yeah, just in, like, time period and stuff, I don't know why he'd be thinking that. And just in general, like, of course you have the right to refuse. Like, you've been at this for months, if not years. Of course you want to keep at it. So, of course you want to refuse it. Why would you just be like, oh, you're right. I don't have any leg to stand on. It's like, you have all the legs to stand on, And so I know that you didn't have very many words, and this might be the biggest place where the word count hit you. And so I totally understand that. But I do think that with the words that you had, and also especially if you were able to cut some of the things I suggested to cut earlier, I think you could have done something more convincing, even still with this short amount of words that you have. So I think what I said is something like her saying, I knew my brother, and I know that he would have appreciated a death in battle and a proper burial more than all this time spent trying to bring him back to life, than these desperate attempts to bring him back to life. Something like that. I think that would be more convincing, not just like, oh, we can bury him now, but rather, he would have wanted this. I think that would be more convincing. And like I said, you could also do you would know by now. I think that'd be more convincing. And what was nope, not that one. What was the other thing I said? Oh, no, it's not that one. I've spent so long wondering if or when Henry would come back. Now that I know what happened to him, I don't want to spend my marriage still waiting for Henry to come back. I want to spend my marriage with my husband. Or I married a man, not an oath. I liked that third one when I first wrote it, but reading it again now, it doesn't sound right, especially because marriage itself is an oath, so maybe scrap that one. But yeah, I think that her speaking to their marriage and being like, I want to spend time with you. I want to be with you. I don't want to be with the memory of my dead brother. Or the, with the desperate attempts to bring him back. I didn't marry the mad scientist who's desperately trying to bring my brother back. I married, Darius, the man, the myth, the legend, the person. So yeah, maybe not that exact phrasing, but something along those lines I feel like would be more convincing quickly. And so I didn't check, and so sure, maybe it's a little more words, maybe you would have to take words out somewhere else to get it, but I did suggest where you could do that. And I do think that's still short, and it's just like a line or two to convey it, but just those, like, just that, just being like, he wouldn't have wanted this, and we're starting a new life together. Like, focusing on that, I feel like would be much more convincing, much more quickly, if that makes sense. And especially if she says that marriage line, then I feel like his "I have no right to refuse" makes a lot more sense, where it's like, okay, yeah, like you married her, you chose to marry her, now you shouldn't refuse the marriage. Now you shouldn't refuse that. I really like just the mention of her first vigil. I like that. Adjectives does a lot of, I think that's an adjective. It does a lot of heavy lifting to convey she's going to have more. This is one of many, and I think that's cool and interesting. Glad she didn't go see her brother's corpse. I didn't want to see it either. I like this image of them standing together at the grave. It definitely feels like a good conclusion shot. I quite like your use of the word bank thing here of the motherly woman tree. It makes me think of Pocahontas. So that worked really well. I quite like how you used the beard, that I kind of put it there to be like, is he super hairy? Is he a werewolf? And you had it that like, hey, once he cleans up, shaves the beard, then it reveals, oh, I can see how old he is now, and he's actually quite young. He just seems old because his eyes, have faced so much. I think that's a really powerful image. And then I quite like the supper with the tentative smile, that it's like, I'm ready to enter into relationship fully with you. I think that's rather beautiful. This is another thing that's like, seems oddly specific. It's fine, but also if you needed words, then that would be something to cut. I don't know if just I will be down for, maybe I will be down for supper alone. I'll be down for supper. I'll be down for supper. Alone might work, or something that's less words, just to convey, that he has to do something. I don't know. Maybe that's too nitpicky. And then this is really sweet and cute, and I like that a lot. I like that both stories kind of ended on this hurt comfort note, and with them actually loving each other and ready to move forward in their marriage. I think that's really sweet and cute, and I like it a lot. So I absolutely love this image here, but I'm not sure I totally get its purpose in the story, because you did go with the realistic take. Like you said, there's a lot of fantasy writers in our group, and so you went totally realistic. That's totally great. That's fine. But then you go back into fantasy land here at the end and kind of show that there's like some sort of ghost at the piano. And on the one hand, like, I have seen, stories that do that kind of thing, where it's like, oh no, things are haunted.
Oh, cutie.
And then there's a reasonable, realistic explanation for the haunting. And then, like, as the last shot of the movie or whatever, oh no, you see the ghost. You see something that seems spooky, and it's like, oh, there actually was something. Like in Gravity Falls. Spoilers for the second episode of Gravity Falls. That the whole episode is about them seeking this sea monster, and then they find it, and then it's actually a robot. but the last shot of the episode is the real monster swimming by. And so it's like, oh, I thought that, you know, it was just a robot, but there is a real one. Like, this feels like that kind of vibe. And I do like that vibe. That is always fun. But, like, I guess that's a good example because that, like, clearly still connects, right? Where it's like, oh, yeah, they've been seeking this monster. And then it's revealed it's realistic. And then you realize there's still a monster, you know? But in this case, it doesn't feel so much like that. It doesn't feel like, oh, I thought there was a ghost, but then there wasn't a ghost, but then there is a ghost. Like, I guess that is the vibe, but I don't know who the ghost would be. I don't know how it would be related to what's going on. Now, there is one person who the ghost would be, who would be perfect and would tie everything together in the most beautiful bow, and I would love that if this was your intent, which is if the ghost was Henry. That Henry's the ghost and he disappears because he's finally allowed to rest. That would be chef's kiss. Because that would connect. It wouldn't just be like, okay, there's apparently a ghost still, I don't know why, but it would be, but we do know why. It's Henry. He needed to rest. And so if that was the intention, perfection. However, well, maybe not perfection, but like bravo. But I didn't get that. I didn't feel like that was totally clear. And so I do think that showing that he's like wearing an army uniform, that he's wearing some kind of uniform, or like you could even directly say like, you know, she walked in to see who was playing and she thought she saw her brother's smile before it disappeared or something like that. Just something that's a strong clue. Oh, hey, that's Henry. I think would work really well, but without the clue, I don't think it's clear enough. And that's what I was going to say about the shadow earlier, is that you also could have had the shadow in the dungeon, instead of it being Darius, it could be Henry. It could be Henry's ghost. And if that's the case, like, that would work super well. But again, I think it needs to be clearer. I think you just need, like, I don't know, like a hint of a army uniform, maybe. I don't know what all defining features Henry had other than like the army uniform would be pretty clear. So something like that I think would be a great thing to do to tie it all together. Like, it would work if it was just at the end, but it would work even better if it was set up earlier. So yeah. And just kind of my main compare contrast, there's this image here of, so of course both stories are great. I really enjoyed both of them, and I really enjoyed just this take on the prompt in general. I thought it was great in both your renditions. So it felt like your story had higher highs and lower lows. It had highs and lows, and so it, for me personally, hit me emotionally harder. But it felt like Spectre's more like gently takes you around the corner and shows you the answer. And so I felt like Spectre's was like overall a bit more cohesive, and like I had less critiques for it in general. And so overall I think it was more gently took you to the conclusion and was quite cohesive about it and stuff like that. But I don't think it hit me nearly as emotionally hard as your highs and lows did, if that makes sense. And as I said, I'm curious other folks' thoughts. Ooh, yeah, it could have been mentioned as Henry's favorite song. Oh, that would be so good. For sure. April Fool's prompt, worm limit. Mm-hmm. Nope, sorry, too many worms. Story disqualified. Or a song Henry would always play for Lucy. Mm-hmm. It's kind of gruesomely simple. He changed the preservation fluid in the tub 3 times, and it clouded with, well, you can use your imagination there, with the things of a human body, the first 2. Oh, I see. Let me go back to that. Oh, so I think part of it is the third change. Like, so you're just saying the third time I changed the water. Um, but it kind of read to me as like more like, yes, don't stop until the third change occurs. Like that. I don't know if I'm explaining that well, but it's like you're brewing a potion and you must wait until the moon's third change. Like that. I don't. So I was considering just saying that this would be better removed because I didn't understand it, but not understanding it didn't hinder the rest of my understanding of the story. Now that I know what it is, I definitely feel like it should have been removed because it sounds strange for him to be like, I smuggled the body here and preserved it in a tub of salt water and spirits. Though your brother like pissed himself twice first. Like, I don't know why he feels the need to mention that. Like, why is he saying that? Yeah, FYI, the water clouded because your brother peed, and other things. Doesn't feel necessary to mention, especially not to Lucy. Alright. Massa Abraham, I command the powers of life and death. I am a god. Miguel, no, you are a lich. You just know a bunch of fancy necromantic spells. Abraham, Miguel, you're grounded. Miguel, for the last time, stop treating me like I'm your kid. Nice. Angry Thoth noises. I'll prove there's a god by playing God. I don't know if Thoth would be angered by Abraham's sacrilege or just annoyed. Really? What if I take your magic away for a week, God? Nice. You have all the legs to stand on. Now me, my legs back? Is there a typo in there? I assume it was meant to be, now give me my legs back. No, I need them. I'm here for supper. Do you mean here for supper? Not with your cooking. Amazing. That would that be a genuinely good prompt? I'm here for supper, or is that too memey? Yeah, so the ending is meant to be ambiguous. After all, she never saw the piano playing, just heard it in the air. It might have been in her head, or the piano making noise on its own. I live in an old house and they make noises sometimes. And yeah, the implication is that if it's a ghost, it's Henry's. Gotcha. I'm so I live with a grand piano too. It's downstairs. It's quite old. Not just like old, like it was old when we bought it. It has never once played itself. It has never once decided it just wants to make noise. And oh boy, I would be very freaked out if it did. So if that's your lived experience, I guess I can't say you're wrong about that, but I'm definitely pressing X to doubt about it. So yeah, I don't think that I would ever guess that, yeah, pianos just play themselves. Sometimes it happens. Like, that's not my lived experience. I took it as Henry. It would make sense that his ghost is there and that he's laying to rest. He plays the piano as one last goodbye before saying goodbye, and some people swear they see little moments like that of their loved ones. Even with it being a more realistic story, I still like that little fantastical element at the end. Fair. You missed a few comments about her. Did I miss you answering them? Send me what they were, because I thought I got them all, but I might have missed something. I'll head to the not the not so private chat, the Twitch chat, while you're grabbing the ones I didn't respond to. I don't think we've ever had 250 stories. I mean, 250 words to be clear. I don't think we've ever had 250 stories. Maybe back in the Tale Foundry days. back. So first of all, if you're still here, MSN 30. I don't know why 32. I don't know why that message got flagged. I saw it go by and I assumed you swore, but nope, nothing wrong with that. Don't know why Twitch flagged it. Alright, at the back, sorry I had to step away, heard something thump outside, went to check, found stuff scattered in the floor in the hall, but it was just some cleaning being done and everyone was fine. I was worried someone was hurt, but all was fine. I'm glad everything was okay. I assume the letter and him being her brother's commander meant that he probably married her after her mother died. That's what I thought too. And to save her from poverty and out of guilt about his oath to her brother and wanting to protect her. Totally. We don't find out he was his he was his commander that early though. True. Yeah, so it's a mystery at first, but then afterwards you can go, oh yeah, that's why. Miko, it just occurred to me that electric lights would be a lot cheaper if he's spending a lot of time down there, while the upstairs can be at least be lit by daylight. Good point. Good point. Miko, I really liked both the stories. I liked the realism of specters and the simple answer to the secret basement. And I really liked the noble but creepy supernatural take from Desed. Really nice for the spooky season. Agree. I broke my collarbone from falling out of bed. Oh my gosh, that's horrible. I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, folks in the chat, if you haven't already answered, like, feel free to answer. I feel like that's a very unique experience. Like, I still feel like it's odd after she got punched to ask if he's badly hurt. I totally, yeah, like, I believe that you can get badly hurt, but I feel like that's very unique, especially for something that bad. But maybe I'm wrong. Mako, I do wish there was more Halloween-y spook stuff to specters, though, and with that said, I think there were details that, while good, weren't really needed and could have given him more time for the main scenes. Yeah, I would agree. Okay, so Mako does seem to agree. That sucks. I hope it healed properly and all. But that feels like an anomaly rather than an expectation. I've fallen out of bed a bunch and not broken anything. It happens when I was like 4 or 5. Gotcha. I was about to say I'm glad it's not recently, but it's like, it's still bad and maybe worse because you were so little. I mean, you can share it in the Discord and stuff, and anyone who wants to share it, look at what the channels are in the Discord and where you're supposed to share it. Would probably be a workshop thing. And then you can share it in the proper channels. Whoever wants to look at it can look at it. But now is not the time. Now on stream is not time for me to just look at anything and everyone's stuff. We have a pretty rigorous structure of like what I'm looking at and why. Okay, in the not so private chat, that said, I think this suffered from how much I chopped down, but what happened is the melting ice behind the metal door cracked and dropped, making a noise and movement behind the door. Yeah, I messed up on her knowing the door is locked. Yeah, I think that's just too complicated to explain, because even if you gave more details on it, I would have never guessed, aha, it's the ice behind the door, and it's melting, and it makes the, let's see, yeah, it makes a movement, makes a noise and stuff. So yeah, I'd need more to get that. It was supposed to be that there's a window in the hallway itself. Gotcha. Ice Delivery Man was hinting about the body being preserved. Was going to have a short scene where one of the servants is complaining about Jarius wasting money on stuff like that. Ah, so that makes the finances thing at the end make more sense too. I think adding in something about it being full of ailments would be better. Totally. With the nightgown, I wanted to get the army uniform in the closet, and also I've had in a moment of no return for Lucy, as she's about to, however briefly, be naked with a man she's suspicious of, and consider the implication of another woman having been in his life. Gotcha. Well, it's funny. It's kind of one of those things where like, oh, how was I gonna phrase it? That absolutely, like you're being very vulnerable, and so it's like I said, I liked that she hesitated, so that did work for me. But some people aren't just naked with people that they're potentially suspicious of. Sometimes people have one night stands with people that they still find suspicious, as far as I know. So I didn't fully conclude like, oh, she's accepting him because, you know, she's being naked with him, because like she could be like, okay, I'm a little nervous, but you know, I'll let him see we are, and they are married is part of it too, where it's like this is the expectation. It's cute that she's nervous about it, but she is expected to for him to see her naked and stuff like that. So I don't know that I got it as something so big as a point of no return, but I did like the moment. Is she Canadian? I mean, we'll apologize for other people bumping into us. Asking if the other person is hurt after getting hit seems to fit in the same vein. I'm half kidding. Very fair. That's fair enough. MNS32. That is totally fair, but also sad to hear, because that is the number one place where we do stuff and hang out. So other than coming here on Saturdays and chatting with us and hanging out, I don't really have another place to send you to hang out with our group. Well, it's pretty early, and it is gonna be the last stream of the month, so I think I will unlock Galler Stories with my monthly powers. Once again, I decided to grab my Propel late, which makes me have to go to the bathroom. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom before I start. But somebody can tag Galler, round him up, bring him on. So yes, where do we want to go? Screens. You can turn that off. Oh, and you can finish your song that I stopped in the middle of. And there you go. Oh, it's always Oscar Quest. That one gets played so much. Okay. Alright, back.
Kitty, you wanna come sit with me, kitty?
Oh, I don't know if I should do this, actually. Okay. Time to read Galler's story. Yes, it was not unlocked through natural means. It was unlocked through monthly powers. However, I do appreciate the bits that have gone into it. Alright. Ghost Hunt by Galler. 2,853 words. Ricardo walked the streets to an ordinary-looking house. The footsteps of her iron-tipped boots announced her presence. Her blue uniform revealed that she was an exorcist, as the day turned to twilight. Her gray eyes looked at the house analytically, as the last ray of the day touched her brown skin and long black hair that reached her back. Her fingerless gloves in her hand, shining with protective light against the malice of the house. The building wasn't extravagant. In fact, it looked like any ordinary house in the neighborhood, save for the pulses of malevolent magic that Ricardo could feel. She was called by Fernando, who had problems with a ghost harassing the neighborhood. Ricardo was annoyed that it took Fernando this long to call her for help. She was a good walker, for God's sake. She was built for this kind of thing. She turned around when she heard steps behind her to see a strange dog-like creature. It was lanky, with human characteristics and beady eyes that wouldn't look out of place on a corpse. Its hair was yellow, but patchy here and there, like someone had cut its hair and didn't finish the job. The surrounding magic shifted towards death as the creature walked towards her. You really love your theatrics, don't you, Fernando? Ricarda said, rolling her eyes, putting her right hand on her hip, staring at the Luisan, which scoffed as a response. You are not fun, Fernando replied, his voice between that of a beast and a human. And for your information, it is presentation. Fernando's flesh shifted with an unpleasant sound, echoing as his body rearranged itself into a gaunt human form. The gray skin turned to cream, the beady, bottomless pits of its eyes to cream. The beady, bottomless pits of its eyes turned to sickly orange, and the grotesque human canine face changed into a human one with birthmarks. Weirdly enough, gray pants appeared on his legs, green sandals manifested beneath his feet, and a blue, gaudy Hawaiian shirt seemed to emerge on his torso, contrasting with his silky appearance. The only thing in common with the canine form was his gaunt body. Are all Reapers secretly theater kids? Ricarda snarked at him. The corpse-like man rolled his eyes. Given our jobs, dramatics are inevitable. That sounds an awful lot like a coping mechanism, Ricarda pointed out. And you, exorcist, don't have to do it? Fernando pointed out with a raised eyebrow. Both of our jobs are very close to death, after all. Touché, Fernando. Ricarda nodded in agreement while she walked to the house's fence. So why is this guy giving you so much grief? Too stubborn for your touch of death? Unfortunately, yeah, Fernando admitted. You have no idea how many times I sent him back. He outright refuses to stay in the mantle. Hell, I even tried talking, and every time he gets back, he enters someone's house. Havoc. Any idea on his identity and death? Ricarda said as she opened the gate, Fernando following her. I warn you, it's not a happy story, Fernando said, his demeanor changing to a serious one as they passed the yard into the house. Edward Garcia was known to be a pretty swell guy when he was alive, and then, in his 40s, he suffered a sudden heart attack, though it didn't seem to do him in at first, almost like he miraculously recovered. It was the sick prank the body does when it gives up. Edward died soon after, although that's not the most messed up detail. Not the last time we experienced a ghost sob story, Ricarda commented, her tone of voice very subdued, as the house shook a bit, as if the foundations were crumbling. When aren't they a mess? You can finish. Do you even wonder why I never mentioned any relatives or family? Fernando said. At the same time, a piece of wood swung like a fist towards Ricarda. She blocked it, but it was unnaturally strong as she was sent flying to the other side of the room. A wall produced a fist that flew at Fernando's direction, which Fernando responded to by dodging the attack backward, in a display of extraordinary agility. Ricarda recovered, but she did look out of it after the attack. That bastard hits like a truck. Edward does like his little poltergeist act, Fernando said, but before he could follow the sentence, a concrete block flew to his left cheek. Fernando let out a warped growl, dazed by the hit. God damn, and he has to be quite the jackass about it, too. More concrete blocks shot from the walls towards Fernando, which she dodged and punched to pieces. Unfortunately for him, these were a distraction as a hand came out of the wall, grabbed his left arm, and slammed him to the floor, making Fernando let out a canine yelp. The cracks from the impact indicated the harshness of the attack and the remarkable endurance Fernando had, which allowed him to quickly get to his feet to evade being hit by another wall fist. The living room table shot towards Ricarda at high speed, but this time she was ready as she punched the wooden table. It splintered into pieces, which floated in the air for a moment before the shrapnel was turned into improvised projectiles. Some managed to reach her, but they didn't hit anything important. A giant wolf head came from her chest before the rest could even hit the mark. It clamped down on both the splinters and an insubstantial thing that was quivering within the jaws of her projection. The splinters fell as well, and the sound of someone yelling, followed by a weary spectral growl. The miasma they felt around them vanished as they heard steps from the room to the hallway. Fernando walked to Ricarda, concerned. Are you all right? Yes, no vitals hit, Ricarda replied, her brow furrowed as she concentrated on making the flesh regenerate. Okay, that's good, Fernando replied in relief. He turned his head towards the astrally projected wolf soul on the jaw. He saw what she had taken from Edward. Looks like you grabbed his left arm. Yeah, Edward doesn't seem to be capable of possessing the entire house, Ricarda said, as she took out splinter after splinter, blood pouring from her wounds as she healed. I guess sending him back many times did affect him. His material corruption was seen as less pronounced, too, given he didn't aim for my vitals. Edward is lashing out, but his stubbornness, no matter how toxic, also affects his sanity as a result, Fernando said, his hands in his pants pockets. To top it all off, he harasses people out of their houses rather than simply killing them. Still a pain, since he is taking their property, though not to mention the slight fright. Do you think he would return permanently this time? Ricarda asked. I have the feeling he is not as much of a problem as before, Fernando said. Maybe this time he'll listen to me. Well, we just need to capture him, Ricarda said, while Fernando nodded. She pointed at the left arm in her spirit wolf's jaws. With this, we can follow him. In that case, we need a bit more oomph if we want to trap him, Fernando declared, as his body changed again, this time into a bipedal human wolf form. It was emaciated, yet muscular, although his lower jaw was longer than his upper jaw. I will find a way to corner him. You trap him. Fernando was ridiculously swift with that form. If she wasn't a good walker, she couldn't keep up with his speed as he went ahead of her. Edward cursed his luck. On top of Fernando and being the one to hunt him down every time, now there was an exorcist. He was floating swiftly, leaving a trail of smoke-like substance in his blurry body. The only thing recognizable as him was his brunette hair, blue eyes that may as well be lights now, and a mark on the left side of his chest. What rotten luck, Edward said, his voice filled with anger. So what if I got that man out of his house? I didn't do anything to him. They should leave me be. You still invaded private property, you ass. Fernando's voice appeared on his side. Buddy, make my work easier and stop, please. Edward turned his head quickly to meet the Reaper's hideous face to yell at him. Shut up, you bastard! Edward used his magic, sending wood and concrete at the werewolf, who weaved in between the projectiles, while putting more force into his steps to reach the ghost. This time, Fernando swiped at Edward, but he evaded it. Typically, this wouldn't do anything to Edward, but given that this came from a Reaper, Edward didn't want to be touched by him. He was not going to disappear from this world. Damn it, screw everyone telling him otherwise. Edward felt a ripple in the air. It wasn't the wind, so he dashed to the side as a wolf's head almost grabbed him. You're one slippery jackass, you know that? Ricarda said, while running behind him. Edward simply made a rude gesture towards both of them as he floated away from his two assailants. If you don't stop, this world will mess you up, Edward, Fernando exclaimed as he tried to capture him again. Ghosts cannot stay in this material world for too long. You want to go insane? Why do you care about that? My family didn't care about my death, so why should I do it? Edward said with pig-headedness and fury, making Fernando growl. So what if I take their homes? You're a fool, blinded by grief, Fernando said, although his tone was empathetic, as he jumped in front of him to block his path. Edward growled as he was about to dematerialize to go through the wall on his side. Fernando thought quickly as he hit the ground with his open palm. Colored strings, alternating from crimson, brown, yellow, and purple, emanated from his palms, forming a seal, blocking the ghost's attempts, and forcibly trapping him in his smoky, humanoid form. Edward still had his own personal strength as he tried to use the spell to escape, forgetting that Ricarda was also pursuing him, which broke his concentration when she used her projection jaws to pin him to the ground. Ugh, bastard! Edward swore, wriggling to get out of Ricarda's soul wolf. You did hit me in the face. If anyone's a bastard, you are, Ricarda said. Screw you, Edward growled. Fernando stood by Edward, while Ricarda sat beside a wall. Now what? You'll try to talk me to death? Convince me to let go of my grudges? Edward mocked, although one could notice he was a bit nervous. At a chance that would work. I'm always coming back. Fernando just stared at him for a long time, which was followed by Ricarda sighing, staring at him with sadness, which made Edward angry. Are you pitying me? Or are you just gonna say something? Berate me? Admonish me? What? Just staring at me like a fucking animal? Did the chase get that anger out of your system? Fernando asked, which made Edward respond with a growl. Otherwise, we are going to talk your ear off trying to get you to cooperate. Edward snarked. I have all day and eternity to do so. You can get tired and thirsty and hungry, unlike me. And that's the problem all ghosts have, right? Ricardo interjected. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but not having a body made out of flesh and blood factors in you going nuts, right? And we are not going to let you go to that point. Fernando tried to talk me down. It didn't work, Edward replied, although she could sense some weariness in his voice. So please, just stop trying. I don't harm. Edward, Fernando growled as he pinched the bridge of his snout. Don't give excuses. You know full well what you did, and even if those people didn't have lasting injuries, you still did it. Edward shut his mouth, not finding it in himself to reply to the Louisa and descended. How many times will you continue to do this? Fernando asked, irritated. Edward turned his head away, not having more to defend his argument against Fernando. I need to ask, Ricardo interjected, cutting through the tension. Why do this to yourself? Surely, when they send you back to the afterlife, you should feel better there, unlike here, in which you have a risk of losing yourself. Edward let out a barely audible mumble. Unfortunately, the people nearby had inhuman ears, making this difficult, since Fernando frowned at the answer. Afraid of what? Fernando said. Are you really going to do this? Edward replied with direct annoyance and death glare. Just my luck. Everyone here has superhuman hearing. Shit. Seriously, why do you want me to say it out loud? And why are you afraid of saying it? Fernando asked, which made Edward clamp his mouth shut as his eyes turned wide. Edward, are you afraid of moving on? Edward remained silent, turned his head away in shame, but after a while he responded, his voice sounding broken. So what if that's the case? Who will be there for me in heaven? No one who cared about me, that's for sure. Then why did you decide to isolate yourself in such a way? It's not envy that motivates you. Why do this? It was Ricardo's turn to ask. I figure if I wallow in my misery, I could stay here forever, Edward said, tears coming from his eyes. So why not do everything to stay here? Until people start bothering me. I need to admit it. It did it because I also wanted to cause some damage. I was bitter. It was totally self-inflicted on your part, Fernando called him out with a disappointed stare. You know this means you'll stay in limbo instead of heaven, right? You could have chosen not to do this. It's a bit too late for me to regret it anyway, Edward confessed. All I wanted was to stay here a bit longer, but I might have done it in the worst way possible, you know? It wasn't until the 5th time you sent me back that my mind was screwed straight enough for me to reflect a bit on it. What a dumb joke. Fernando got up, and he traced with his long index finger in the air in a line with his lanky right hand. It made a disturbance in space, and he proceeded to open said distortion like a door, letting them see a copy of the city, but more grayed out. Fernando extended his hands to the ghost as he asked, Edward, are you going to fight me this time? Edward, who had a tired, weary face, smiled sincerely. I don't think I will. As he said that, Ricardo let go of him, his left arm reattached to his ghostly body. He followed the Reaper to the portal, Ricardo walking alongside the two, bidding farewell to the ghost that seemed more at peace now than before. The duo was outside the 2-story house now, and they were met by the chilly wind of the night, quite refreshing after the hectic day they had had. You would think that people with the technology of nowadays would remember to keep in contact with relatives more often, Ricardo said as she flexed her hands. It would make a situation like Ricardo not happened. That doesn't stop familiar neglect, you know? Fernando replied in his human form. Some people think that a family member is useless or not important, so they cut off ties with them. Some people can take it, others not, especially if they were close to those family members once. Well, if the world were just, we wouldn't need an exorcist for it, Ricardo said with humor. I wouldn't have a job in the first place, although human-made injustices never cease to disgust me. We're only two of many, many people trying to make this world a better place, aren't we? Fernando said optimistically, with a tinge of bittersweetness from his tone. As long as we keep trying, the world is better for it, right? That's coming from a Reaper like me, even if this story was more on the bittersweet side. Yeah, Ricardo replied with a sad smile, although it wasn't one filled with misery. Both of them had seen horrible things, but that never stopped them from trying to right wrongs, even if some of the tales they had lived were less happy than others. There wasn't anything more to say after they walked into the night towards the office and to report the end of their request, with their day coming to a peaceful end. Throw up those moths and monsters cheer for this story if you love it. I heard Kitty. Hold on.
Did you not know where I was? Why didn't you check where the light was on? It's all dark out there. Isn't it logical that where the light's on is where the Kaylee is? Silly kitty.
Alrighty, cat. Yes. If you have any questions, Geller, then don't hesitate to ask them. Oh, kitty.
Kitty cat. You're so silly.
Okie dokie. So, let's see. How do I want to start or somewhere? So I overall really like the idea of this story. I really like the characters. I think they come through strongly. I really like this idea of a Reaper and an Exorcist teaming up to send a ghost to the afterlife, and I like how they talk him down and stuff like that. So the overarching brushstrokes of the story and the characters in the story, I think are I like a lot. Unfortunately, I do have quite a few critiques for the specifics. So I am curious to hear what you guys in the chat, especially, well, what you thought of the story in general, but especially what you guys thought of the fight. I guess maybe I'll just ask more when I get there, but I have like a critique for the fight, but I'm not sure if I am fully able to put into words what doesn't work for me about it, and so I'm curious if you guys had an issue with it, and if you can put into words what didn't work for you about it, basically. Just like any questions that you might have for the audience about, what worked, what didn't, I don't know. Okay, this is kind of an overall comment, so maybe I'll come back to it, but, so I think the opening works fairly well. I like your description of the character. She sounds cool. I like the image of the ordinary house with some pulses of magic and stuff. So I think the scene is introduced quite well. I like the word good walker for exorcist. Now, granted, if a good walker is more than just an exorcist, I think that needed to be explained, because by the end I'm not sure I totally get what a good walker is. But if a good walker is just an exorcist in this world, that works, and I quite like the title. I like your image of Fernando. It's super spooky. It works very well for a Halloween story. I did look up the term Louisa, and then when I saw like the picture on Wikipedia, I was like, yep, like that's what he described. Aside from the fur being yellow, that's what you described. And so I think that works pretty well. I feel like this line wasn't necessary because it's kind of confusing. Like, what does that mean that the surrounding magic shifted towards death? We haven't been introduced to how magic works, and so we don't really know what it means, for the magic to shift towards death, and it's never explained, so I think it'd probably be better left off. I really like the, you love your theatrics, don't you? It's presentation! And, you know, are all Reapers secretly theater kids? You know, that's super fun. Like, probably my favorite interaction in the piece. I like it a lot. And I love the image of a Reaper in a Hawaiian shirt and stuff. Like, he has a very striking appearance, too. So I quite liked how you described him and everything. I will say that earlier when you said, so beady eyes that wouldn't look out of place on a corpse. Eyes on a corpse, when you say eyes on a corpse, I imagine white and cloudy. And granted, that already contradicts with beady, but the corpse image is stronger, so I'm imagining, okay, he has milky white cloudy eyes. And so then later you say his eyes are bottomless pits. That is the opposite of the image that was conjured earlier. And so I think that either just saying the eyes are beady or just saying originally that they look like bottomless pits would be more congruent. I'm not sure what the birthmarks thing is about. I feel like you've simultaneously given me too much information and not enough. Because first of all, he's a Reaper, was he even born? And second of all, what does that mean? Like, what do the birthmarks look like? Birthmarks can look so different on so many different people. And so describing what they look like would give a much better image than just saying birthmarks. Like I said, I like the image of his clothes. I don't know how to feel about the weirdly enough thing, because on the one hand, sure, it is kind of weird that that clothes just appear on him, but on the other hand, it feels kind of weird to call it out. And I think just what feels weird about it is that you're basically telling the audience how to feel before they get to feel. And so I think just saying, you know, gray pants appeared on his legs and letting the audience decide it's weird might work better. But then again, I don't know if that would work for every situation. I like their conversation here. Like, are they all secretly theater kids? Yeah, I mean, dramatics are inevitable. I don't know, sounds like a coping mechanism. Don't you have to use such coping mechanisms? That all works well. So you never explain what the mantle is, and so I think either explaining what that is or just using a different word would be better, especially because you never use the word mantle again. And so just saying something like he outright refuses to stay in the afterlife or he refuses to stay in heaven would be helpful. I have not heard the mantle be used to refer to the afterlife before. And I would venture to guess most people haven't. And so if you're going to use a unique term, you have to define that term or use a more general term. This sentence was a bit clunky. I tried to fix it to the best of my abilities, but it still sounds clunky. And we'll come back to the house thing, I think. So, I'm trying to think if I should say this here or later. I guess I'll start to address it here. So, Edward Garcia was known to be a pretty swell guy when he was alive. Press X to doubt. Because he doesn't really seem like a swell guy in the story. Now, granted, he did die, and that is a fair reason to stop being a swell guy. So maybe it's just, yeah, he was perfectly fine while alive, but he got angry and mean with death. But it's not just that he's entering people's houses and stuff. He's, like, swearing at them, calling them names, fighting them. Like, he's not being so swell. And like not just what he's doing with the houses as a ghost, but how he's interacting with them baseline. So I'm doubting this. There's another reason I'm doubting this, but we'll talk about that more at the end, I think. And I don't know how to feel about not the last time we experienced a ghost sob story, because is that sad? Absolutely. But I guess when I hear like a sob story, especially ghost sob story, I'm expecting something much more intense than just, oh, he had a heart attack. You know, like a ghost sob story to me would be like, yeah, she was murdered with an axe by her own daughter. Like, that's bad. That sounds like, oh my gosh, that's a ghost sob story. But just like, oh no, he had a heart attack. That sucks. But I don't know if I'd call it a sob story, if that makes sense. I don't know if saying like not the last time we experience a sad ghost story might work better, but that might sound a little awkward, so I don't know. And again, I'm curious, what do you guys in the chat think? Does that sound like a sob story to you, or do you feel like sob story is something a bit different? I do like the when aren't they a mess though. Okay, so we have arrived at the fight. So the first, critique that I have for the fight is that I feel like the wall fists and the wood fists don't really work for me. It sounds like you're kind of going for like a Full Metal Alchemist image. Like I know that Ed makes like fists out of the road that he's on and stuff like that. And first of all, like it kind of works because they're using alchemy. They're shaping, the world around them in some way. You just have to pick what form it's in, and he happens to pick a fist. And second of all, it's Edward. and so his style, reportedly, is kind of tacky. And so that kind of works. But in this case, it doesn't really work for me because it's not a situation where, oh, he has to use alchemy to make something and he decided to make a fist. It's like, we know like the baseline of how ghosts work. Okay, I can believe that they can move objects around, potentially even throw objects around. But like make a fist out of the wall? That is a very strange power to give a ghost that doesn't really compute to me. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, and it just seems to overcomplicate things, and I think to me the fight would flow a lot better if all he's doing is just like throwing objects at them. And so to me the fight overall ends up falling flat, and like I said, I'm not sure if I can totally describe why. I can tell you what my hypotheses are, but if it fell flat to other people in the chat, please do say why you felt that way, what you think the deal is. But my guess is that it's just kind of described play by play without any sauce. It's just like, okay, he throws a piece of wood like a fist at Ricarda. Okay, she blocks it. But it's unnaturally strong, and so she goes across the room. Then there's another fist, and then he dodges. And he's like super agile and stuff like that. And so like the whole fight kind of goes that way, but like as I say that, it's hard to describe. Okay, yeah, that's what's happening. So why does that not work? I wish I had like written down like a different way of doing it. Let's see. So I don't know if I can do it, but I'll try. So at the same time, a piece of wood swung towards Ricarda. She put up her hands in an X shape to block it. It's splintering over her body, but not cutting her, but only giving her a few scratches as it went. Or let's see. Well, I guess that would be the case. So a piece of wood swung at Ricarda. She blocked it. No, not she blocked it. She put her fists up in an X to block it, but it sent her flying. The force of it sent her flying across the room. Maybe something like that. So, like, instead of just saying she blocked it, tell me how she blocked it. Don't just say, oh, she was sent flying on the other side of the room, or no, not just say it was unnaturally strong. Like, don't just tell us it's unnaturally strong. Just like show her going across the room, sort of thing. And then like a wall. I think the other thing is like a wall produced a fist. well, it's not the wall that's producing the fist, it's the ghost. And so, like, I think there's also an issue of, like, subject, who's doing what, that can make it a little confusing, too. And so, you know, either, like, yes, talking more about the ghost doing it would also be helpful. And so, yeah, maybe instead of saying Fernando dodged the attack backward, maybe say, like, Fernando took a step to the side and the stone flew into the other wall, creating a crater in it, or something like that, you know? So, yeah, I don't know if that makes sense, but that's what I can think. And I'll come back to something in here, but I think that her getting the ghost arm is the most grievous part of the fight, because how it's described is a giant wolf head came from her chest before the rest could even hit the mark. It clamped down on both the splinters and an insubstantial thing that was quivering within the jaws of her projection. So first of all, sure, he's a ghost, so I understand, like, him being insubstantial, but if it's in the Soul Wolf's jaws, like, the Soul Wolf is holding it, it's not insubstantial. It has enough substance to be grabbed. And even if it's meant to be, the only reason the Soul Wolf can grab it is because the Soul Wolf itself is insubstantial, I wouldn't think that a ghost arm could be taken off at all. I would think no matter who is touching it, that it wouldn't be able to be removed. You just go straight through it. And so you could make sense of it by clarifying, hey, the Soul Wolf can affect it because it's also ghostly. That needs to be said. That needs to be clear that that's why it can affect it. That, like, otherwise they would have gone through it. But the more important thing is it's not an insubstantial thing. It's the ghost's arm. We know about the ghost. We know they're fighting a ghost. If we were watching it in a movie, there would be no doubt that this is the ghost's arm. So tell us that it's the ghost's arm. Don't just say it's, a nebulous, insubstantial thing. Because that just makes it sound like, I don't know, her ghost wolf bit a cloud. Bit a random cloud that went through the room. Not like it bit the ghost that they're fighting. And the other thing about it is, let's see. There's another. Oh yeah, and then the splinters fell as well, and the sound of someone yelling. Why is there doubt on who's yelling? Ricarda knows it's not Ricarda. Ricarda knows it's not Fernando. Ricarda knows it's Edwards. And same with Fernando. Fernando knows it's not him. He would know it's not Ricarda. He knows it's the other person in the room. The ghost, Edwards. And so it wouldn't be like, what is that yelling? There's someone out there yelling. It would be the sound of Edward yelling. So yeah, I don't know why it's, like, distanced and not described clearly. But I think not only is that a problem here, later, Fernando just is like, he saw what she had taken. Again, what she had taken is unclear, but you do clarify in the dialogue, looks like you grabbed his left arm. I remember the first time I read it, I was like, I'm sorry, what? What are we talking about? How did she get his left arm? He's a ghost. How could somebody get his arm? Only to realize the insubstantial thing was the arm, and the someone was Edward. I don't need to be confused about that. Yeah, I don't need to be confused who it is, and if there's an explanation for why the Soul Wolf could grab his arm, that needs to be stated. And the other thing is that this feels awkwardly nonchalant to be like, looks like he got his arm. Like, I don't know, if you're doing battle with, if you're doing battle with someone, and then you're walking with your friend away from the battle, and you look over and you see that your friend has the severed arm of the villain in their hand, you'd be like, oh my gosh, you have his arm, or like, wow, good job getting his arm or something like that. And would be like, huh, wow, looks like you got an arm there. Like he's saying, looks like you brought crackers to the party, So that was quite awkward to me. And then this is a different thing than, and then to maybe, I don't know if it's concluding for sure, but to kind of conclude the thing about the fight is that the other thing about it is that the fight doesn't actually take the story anywhere, because he starts to fight them, they fight back, and then he runs away, and then afterwards they're like, maybe we could talk to him. Nothing about the fight conveyed that their next step should be talking to him. And in fact, quite the opposite. It seemed like, he's not going to talk because he fought you so thoroughly. And so I think it actually could potentially improve the story if all he does is just throw something at them and run away. That it's like, go away, throws thing, runs off. Then it'd be like, okay, well, clearly he doesn't actually want to fight. Maybe he wants to talk. And then that would make more sense as to why that's where they're going, and you wouldn't have the issue of a potentially flat fight because there isn't a fight there. Granted, like, you wouldn't have the locator of his arm, so you'd have to find some other way, but they're an exorcist and a reaper. I believe they could have some sort of tracking magic that could be explained. But the other thing to talk about here is that, this is, well, do I want to talk about this here? I guess I'll start talking about it here, maybe bring it back later. So, goddamn, he has to be quite the jackass about it too. Felt oddly strong to me. I am curious for those in the chat what you thought. But sure, like, they're having wall fists thrown at them, and that's not great. But it seems like he's just acting like a poltergeist. Like, it doesn't seem like he's doing anything particularly jackassy. It just seems like he's acting like you're expecting him to act. And so that seemed strangely strong to me. Similar thing here to the later stuff. So, like, it splintered into pieces which floated in the air for a moment before the shrapnel was turned into improvised projectiles. I felt like I got a little lost there, and I think it's just because, again, you took away the subject. So saying, it splintered into pieces which floated in the air for a moment before the ghost turned the shrapnel into improvised projectiles. Like, that would help a lot with the image to me. And the thing about the Soul Wolf is that, of all the confusing things about the story, it's low on the list. Like, you do, okay, like, she's an exorcist, she has powers, you do call it a soul wolf, so I can kind of understand this must be just a power that she has. But it's not a common power. This isn't something like, oh yeah, vampires can't cross the threshold. That is like a common thing that most people would know about. This is very specific to your character. And so, because it's specific to your character, your reader kind of needs it explained. Like, why does she have a soul wolf? What's the deal with that, you know? And then the miasma felt around them vanished as they heard steps from the room to the hallway. You don't mention the miasma until it vanishes. So, if you're going to mention it vanishing, you probably should mention it being there. And then, like, I don't know, this one might be a little more nitpicky, but yes, no vitals hit also seems like kind of a stale way to respond to that. I think saying, yeah, I'm okay, it sounds a little more natural than, like, yes, I am at optimum power, you know, like, no vitals were hit, Commander, sort of thing. Now, that being said, I do really like this image of the soul wolf. I do think that's a neat idea for sure. So kind of going back to the wolfish thing, like, yes, Edward doesn't seem to be capable of possessing the entire house. I didn't know that he was capable of possessing part of the house. I didn't realize that it was possession that was doing that. It just seemed like, okay, apparently ghosts have the magic that's a lot like alchemy to make fists out of materials. That doesn't seem like, yes, he possessed the wall and made it a fist, you know? So, again, having him possess the dresser and make it float up and then fall on them, you know, that sort of thing would make a lot more sense for this. Similar thing here to the soul thing and the mantle thing. His material corruption, capitalized, it was seen as less pronounced. I don't know what that means, and having read the story through a couple times, I still don't know what it means. Like, my best guess, it has something to do with him going insane, but going insane doesn't sound like material corruption to me. And so, like, even just saying, like, he doesn't seem to be as corrupted as he could be. He didn't aim for my vitals, or he seems to still have some mental faculties. He didn't aim for my vitals, or something like that might work better for me than introducing this idea of material corruption, not explaining it, and never talking about it again. This used to say contributes to, and the as a result used to be over here. And so saying his stubbornness, no matter how toxic, also contributes to his sanity. Contributes to is positive, like, yeah, is positive. Is like, even if it's something like, let me think of examples, like, so you could phrase it as it contributes to his insanity, and I thought of phrasing it that way, but contributes to means it's making him more sane. It's contributing to his saneness. So you could say it contributes to his insanity to mean, oh yes, it's contributing to his insanity. It's making him more insane. We are putting more chips in the insane pile, you know? And so I think you were trying to say that he's going insane, so I chose to say affects, so that it's like, yeah, it affects his sanity. Positive or negative, it affects his sanity, rather than it's making him more sane, when I think you're trying to say it's making him more insane. Let's see. So, I'm curious why you went for him taking people's houses, because that just seems like a strange choice to me. It's definitely interesting, but I don't know why a ghost would specifically go for that, especially a ghost in his position. Because it would make a lot of sense if he goes for his family's house. If, yeah, he went to go harass his family because they didn't go see him at the hospital. They didn't mourn his death. That would be totally fair, but just being like, my family didn't love me enough, so I'm gonna go and steal random people's houses. Like, that doesn't connect to me personally. Yeah, and then there's the discussion thing. I do like, despite being confused as to why she could take his arm in the first place and the action there, I do like that idea that they, like, have a piece of the ghost, and so they can use that to track the ghost. I do kind of like this idea of, like, we need a little bit more oomph, and he changes into a form that he thinks has more oomph. That's kind of fun. Oh yeah, so this was the thing, like, if she wasn't a good walker, she couldn't keep up with his speed as he went ahead of her. Well, to me, an exorcist is a regular human who is able to exorcise demons, you know, who has the knowledge and the tools to try to exorcise demons, and in this case, ghosts. I don't think of exorcists as being inhumanly strong, inhumanly fast, having inhuman hearing. And so that's kind of why you need to explain what a good walker is, because, okay, you said she's an exorcist, and so I know what that is, and so I can equate exorcist and good walker. That's totally fine. But if there is more that goes into the definition of good walker than exorcist, that's not clear, and so that needs to be clarified. I do kind of like this little stint in Edward's perspective, that he's like, oh great, that Reaper who's been after me grabbed an exorcist. I do like the image of the smoke trail from, you know, where his arm was taken. I like this image of his eyes that might as well be lights now. So what if I got that man out of his house? I didn't do anything to him. You got him out of his house. You did something to him. Which I guess is exactly Fernando's point. But I feel like you could say, I didn't hurt him. You know, I didn't kill him. I didn't hurt him. It would work better, because do anything is so broad that it's like, that is in fact exactly what you did. Something. And then, similar to the idea of defining your terms, so I can actually totally get behind the idea that he's a reaper, but he has the power to turn into this dog, wolf-like creature. That's totally fine. But a werewolf is something specific. A werewolf is either a person who turns into a wolf at the full moon, or a person who can turn into a wolf, like there are certain versions where people can turn into them without the moon and stuff like that. And I get, technically he is turning into a wolf, yes, but it's because he is a Luisan. It's because, like, and we're gonna talk about Luisan in a second, but that is something specific that, as far as I can tell, is not a werewolf. Like, that is a specific wolf-like creature. You know, like, he could have been an octopus type creature, and who can turn his arms into tentacles and stuff like that. That still would have been, I don't know how to explain it. Maybe I should just go down to the Luisan thing. It's farther. Yeah, here it is. Edward shut his mouth, not finding it in himself to reply to the Luisan descendant. Earlier you say that he is a Luisan, and now you say he's a Luisan descendant. Those sound like two different things to me. I think you need to, again, just make it clear which one it is. Is he Luisan, or is he Luisan's descendant? And it's made worse by looking up the word Luisan, because Luisan is a specific creature. Let me see if I still have it up. Yeah, so it's one of the 7 legendary beasts of Paraguay, and is the 7th and last son of Tao and Carana. The myth is known also in Argentina, and says that in a family with 7 male children, the last child will become Luisan. In the original version of the myth, Luisan was the 7th and last child of Tao and Carana, and thus was the most accursed. He appeared to be a giant dog, and was said to be extremely ugly, even horrendous looking. The myth tells that the 7th son in a family will transform on his 13th birthday. So, that sounds like either he's this specific mythological figure, and sure, that mythological figure could have children, but if it's a specific person, then that person is Luisan, and his descendants would be Luisan's descendants, not Luisan. Or you become a Luisan by being the 7th son, and again, that makes you a Luisan, not a Luisan descendant. It doesn't sound like, and it doesn't sound like, from what little is there, that like a Luisan has a kid and they're a Luisan. It doesn't sound like that's how it works. Now, you could change it, and that's fine. Just keep it consistent. Just say at the beginning, he's a Luisan descendant. Now that one, so it would be nice to, explain that a little more. This is the one that I don't actually think you have to explain. This is a case where I feel like the reader can look it up. And like, when the reader looks it up, it's like, yep, it's a hideous dog. That's pretty much exactly what you described. And so that one doesn't need to be defined as much as the other ones, but it does still need to be kept consistent. Either he is Luisan himself, he is that mythological figure, he is a Luisan because he's the 7th son of a family, or in your world, Luisan, that mythological figure, had descendants, and he's a descendant. But no matter what, Luisan and Luisan descendant do not mix and do not go together, and so it needs to be clear which one it is. And so going back to the werewolf thing, that's not a werewolf. That's a Luisan. That's something very specific. And it doesn't sound like they can turn from a human into a dog in the original myth, but I'm fine with you changing it and making it so they can go back and forth. But yeah, like, I think I talked about this a while ago, but when people hear the word werewolf, they have preconceived notions around it that do not fit with Louisa. And like, they're similar, but they are two different things. And the word werewolf is only used once, and so I absolutely feel like just removing it would be better, because it's like, no, he's a different thing. He's a specific thing. He's a Louisan. Go look it up, you know, kind of thing. All right. Oh yeah, so this time Fernando swiped at Edward, but he evaded it. Typically this wouldn't do anything to Edward, but given that this came from a Reaper, Edward didn't want to be touched by him. So I do like this idea of a Reaper's touch. I do think that's a neat concept. My problem with this line is, someone who wasn't a Reaper got your arm off you. And again, is it possible that it's because that was a ghostly wolf that did it? It's possible. It is not at all clear in the story. And so it needs to be clear, especially if you're going to clarify, oh, usually most people can't do anything to him. Why was Ricarda able to do something to him? Especially something that big that typically you wouldn't think of as possible for a ghost. I do like the emotion here of, he wasn't going to disappear from this world. Screw everyone telling him otherwise. That works well for me. And again, like, especially if they're going to talk to him and try to talk him down and be nice to him, I don't know why they're calling him names. Like, it feels like in some respects they sympathize with him, and some respects they're just kind of judging him and don't care about him. And so I feel like you gotta pick a lane. Like, either, yeah, they care about him, they want to send him to the afterlife, they don't want him to go insane. Or they're like, oh, this jackass, let's get him out of here. But those two attitudes don't work well together. And so I think that's part of why I felt like they were swearing at him and calling him names a little too much. It worked well enough for Edward to swear at them and call names, though I'll talk about the second bastard thing. But the first bastard works, and making a rude gesture, it's fine. He clearly is, you know, not the nicest guy. And he's upset, and so I can get why he's swearing. But if they are wanting to speak to him and be nice to him, why are they calling him a jackass? You know? I do, to that end, I do really like the, if you don't stop, this world will mess you up. Ghosts can't stay in the material world for long. You want to go insane? Love that. I think that's great. And that is a good way to start the conversation, because it is still a little antagonizing. And I do actually like this idea that you have of ghosts aren't supposed to stay in the material plane or they'll go insane. I do think that's a really neat concept, and I like that they care about that and are trying to stop that from happening. And then, why do you care about that? My family didn't care about my death, so why should I do it? So I don't know what do it means exactly, and so I think something more specific would be helpful there. But it's also, what, like, I'm assuming it's like, why should I go with you? You know, why should I not stay here? In which case, because you want to go to heaven. They say that until he did this and sent himself to limbo, he was going to go to heaven. And so it's like, of course it sucks that his family won't be there for him or won't care about him when he gets there. But it's heaven, my dude. Like, this story would make so much more sense if you only used the word afterlife. And it was just like, yeah, the afterlife. So either it's more of a generic afterlife and it's like, okay, yeah, like he doesn't want to move on. Or, like, there's ambiguity on, we don't know where he's gonna go. But if when you say heaven is something specific, heaven is specifically the good place, the place where there's no crying, there's no evil, there's no sin, and where all the, that is specifically the place that you want to go. So why in the world would you choose misery on earth, stealing people's houses, going insane, over heaven? Like, either it's heaven without your family, or it's earth without your family. Earth includes misery, insanity, people chasing after you. Heaven includes everything heaven has to offer. Paradise. Why in the world would you not choose heaven? So yeah, all I think you needed to do to fix that confusion is just use the word afterlife. Another thing that you could do to fix it is I think it could have helped the story in general if Edward can't, like, never makes it to the afterlife. Because as is, he makes it to the afterlife and then he goes back to Earth. And Fernando has to keep throwing him back to the afterlife. Now that's interesting for sure, but I think it would make more sense if he never gets there. He's afraid of moving on, so he doesn't ever get there. He doesn't know where he's going. He doesn't know if he's going to get to the good place. And so I think that would also make a lot more sense. And I think we'll bring it up more in a second. And then kind of similar but different, you're a fool blinded by grief. I do like the line in general, and I quite like that, his tone is empathetic on it and stuff. But grief doesn't read like the emotion to me. That, it doesn't read like he is grieved. It reads like he is upset, like annoyed, frustrated, feels unloved that his family, didn't care about him enough, And so that emotion is not the same as grief. So even just saying, like, you're a fool blinded by emotion would work a bit better for me. I like this image of the colored strings. I do think that's neat. I haven't seen him in any form but his smoky humanoid form, so I don't know what that's about, but I do like the magic going on here. I don't know why, so correct me if I'm wrong, but bastard is a pretty male-gendered word. Like, sure, I guess you can use it for a woman, but it sounds strange. Similarly to, like, could you call a man a bitch? Sure, but you're more likely to call him a son of a bitch. That's why there's two different terms. And so it's very strange to me that he calls her a bastard. But I do really like her response. I do really like her being like, you are the one who hit me in the face. If anyone's a bastard, it's you. That is the one insult from Ricardo and Fernando's side that works. That, especially because she backs it up. That it's like, hey man, you hit me in the face. And she just kind of like Uno reverses his insult. She doesn't start the insult. And then convince me to let go of my grudges. Again, is grudges the right word? I do think that grudge is a better word than grief, but it still doesn't sound like the emotion to me. It sounds like, especially because he's not haunting his family. Like, if he was haunting his family, I'd probably be like, yeah, that's a grudge. He has a grudge against his family, and so he went and haunted them. But instead, he's just taking over random people's homes. So that doesn't read like the actions of someone who has a grudge against their family. That just reads like someone who doesn't want to move on, someone who is just frustrated in general at their situation, if that makes sense. I also don't know what "at a chance that would work, I'm always coming back" means, because it sounds like he's saying, what, you want to talk me to death, convince me to let go of my grudges? Okay, that might work. You might have a chance. And that doesn't seem to be the tone of the rest of what he's saying. And I don't know what "I'm always coming back" refers to. Like, I don't know if he's trying to say, you want to talk me to death? Sure, send me back. I'll just come back here. Send me to the afterlife. I'll just come back here. But I don't know. I'm confused by that sentence. I do like Edward, like, I do like Ricardo, like, looking at him with sadness and him getting mad about them pitying him. I think that works quite well. I don't think that or are you just going to say something works though? I'm guessing what you meant to have him say is, are you pitying me? Say something. But say something doesn't fit with rate me, admonish me, question mark. But it's like, are you pitying me? Are you just going to say something? Yeah, they are gonna talk to you. Like, why is that? Why is that something you're saying in that tone? You know. You know, it'd be like you got in a fight with your spouse, and your spouse kind of looks at you with sad eyes, and you're like, "What? Are you pitying me? Are you just gonna talk to me?" It's like, yeah, that's what we do. What other option is there? You know, you want me to cuddle with you? That sort of thing. And then, did the chase get that anger out of your system? Clearly not. He just dropped his biggest swear. So of course it didn't get the anger out of his system. And otherwise we're going to talk your ear off to get you to cooperate. What do you mean otherwise? That was your plan. That's what you're going to do regardless, not otherwise. And I'm guessing that this was meant to be but that is very much formatted like this. No, not like that. Like that. Like this, it just reads like a grunt of noise. And so I was very confused about Edward snarked, because it sounds like he basically goes, Edward snarked, and it's like, you made a groan. Or you made a little noise. What do you mean you snarked? You know? I do like that he points out that, you know, he can't get tired, thirsty, or hungry, you know, that it's like, I can do this all day. I can listen to you guys yap all day, and I will still be ready to go steal someone else's house. You guys can't. And so that works well. And I also really like how Ricarda takes it, that she goes, hey, that's your problem. You're not a physical being, but you're in the physical world. So that's gonna make you go insane, and that's kind of an issue. And we care about you. We don't want you to get to that point. Like, all of that works very well for me. I like him being like, yeah, Fernando already tried this. Please stop trying. But the tone of voice, the weariness in his voice, please stop trying, kind of shows that maybe he does want to be talked to. And I like that. And then, I don't harm. Okay, for maybe you didn't hurt or kill the people whose houses you stole. But A, taking their houses is still harming them. Scaring them is still harming them. And more importantly, you tried to kill Ricarda and Fernando. You fought them physically. You hurt them. You hit them. You do harm. I do like that Fernando points out that even if they didn't have lasting injuries, he still did something to them. I do like Ricarda pointing out, like, hey, shouldn't you feel better about the afterlife, especially because once you're in the afterlife, especially because that's a question I had. So I do like this little bit about how he mumbles something, but they still hear it. However, there's no reason to hide it from the audience, because if there's a character in the room who can't hear it, then yeah, like, totally makes sense to not, well, as long as it's from their perspective, it makes sense to not share it with the audience. But if everybody in the room can hear what he said, there is no reason that the audience can't hear what he said. And so it feels like you're kind of excluding the audience for no reason. And so I do think that saying out loud what putting in dialogue, you know, what he said would be good. Though I do like the attitude of him mumbling something and wishing they didn't hear it and being like, ah, crap, they have superhuman hearing and stuff. And I see that the ad is coming. Okay. Yes, we did select the weight of memory. Not only does that one not need to be discussed, like it was picked. Wanted, dead, or alive. I like that one. That's a good one. Like, often classic. I mean, it kind of depends on what the idiom is, but often classic idioms, phrases like that work quite well. People, at least people who, I was gonna say, I was starting to say it, and I was like, oh, well, these are like American or European idioms. So, granted, people not from America or Europe might not know all of them. But I feel like that's a fairly well known thing. That's something that I know off the top of my head. It's like, yeah, it's something you put on the wanted posters. This person is wanted, dead or alive. And so you can use it for, classic Western stories. You can use it for a bounty hunter who that's their job, is to look at those wanted posters and bring those people in, dead or alive. But you could also use it to be like someone's in love with someone and they like, oh boy, this is pretty grotesque image, but in Castlevania Nocturne, when one of the vampire characters gets killed, his wife constantly holds his head. And so it's like, yep, he was still wanted, even dead, sort of thing. Ooh, I guess you could also just do it for an undead creature, that it's like maybe someone is as a vampire and is like, oh, you don't want me anymore because I'm a vampire and I'm dead. And it's like, are you kidding? You're wanted, dead or alive. That's cute. If that one comes up, I'll probably use that. Yeah, so that, and then like I guess it could also be like, about, I don't know, pets or something like that. I feel like as I think about it, it could get dark with the wanted dead part, but I feel like it works pretty well as a prompt. Okay, and then I've been going from the bottom. So feigning madness. Pretty self-explanatory. I mean, we were talking about Hamlet earlier, so it makes me think of Hamlet, pretending to be mad. So yeah, self-explanatory, someone pretending to be mad. And so I think that works. I don't know if I'd vote for it because, like, on the one hand, it's self-explanatory. You could use it for a lot of different characters and scenarios. On the other hand, you specifically have to have a character feigning madness. And, I don't know if my characters ever really do that. And so I don't know that I would be... I'm sure I could have them do it, but I don't find it as interesting as a prompt myself. To hide behind the mask of a fool, madman to create confusion about one's true intentions. Yeah. I mean, you're saying it's Cantonese, but I feel like it's like a pretty universal. Like, it's in Hamlet, it's like David did it in the Bible and stuff like that, so I don't feel like that's the only origin of the idea. But yeah, so you pretend to be mad so that people, either think you're harmless, they don't know your true intentions, whatever it might be. Alright, 37 seconds, probably not. Would feigning mad be better? I don't think so, because, like, that feels like an incomplete thought. Like, feigning mad, like, feigning madness is like, this is a thing that I'm feigning. And feigning mad is like, I'm feigning an adjective. Like, what are you feigning? What do you mean? What do you mean there's more to play with there? I don't really see it. Like a Doulahan is a Doulahan someone who's undead? That could work. All right. However, I do like the afraid of what. I do think that's neat and kind of feels like a beat drop in the story. And then, so, why do you want me to say it out loud? Then why are you afraid of hearing it? or saying it. I think, why do you want me to say it out loud? Why are you afraid of saying it? Works perfectly well. But then why are you afraid of saying it? Implies that there's a cause and effect. That it's like, why do you want me to say it out loud? You know, wanting you to say it out loud correlates to you being like, it correlates to you not being afraid of saying it. That it's like, you shouldn't be afraid of saying it because I want you to say it out loud. And it's like, that's why he's afraid of saying it? The correlation is the problem. And so I think just taking out the then would be helpful. I like Edward, why are you afraid of moving on? I think that works. I do, despite having that question about heaven and thinking afterlife would be better, I do like his reasoning of nobody cared about me. So, like I said, I really don't understand his reasoning of like, I figure if I wallow in my misery, I could stay here forever. Why not do everything to stay here? Because your other option is heaven. And because by doing this, you're A, being miserable, B, going insane, C, losing your chance at heaven. So this seems like a bad choice just on the surface. So I don't understand. But removing the fact that I don't understand his reasoning, I do just kind of like the attitude here of like, I want to stay here. And the desperation to stay here, I do think that is, that's interesting. The he doesn't really work for me. I originally thought he was trying to say, especially because I think that, this period was not here before. And so it reads like he's saying, he hurt me. Like that kind of not he laugh. And so I think saying, like, until people started bothering me, he chuckled. I need to admit it. It should be I. Like, that would work better. Or just doing like that with the period would clarify it. Then I need to admit I did it because I also want to cause him damage. I was bitter. It was totally self-inflicted on your part. What was totally self-inflicted on his part? His bitterness? I don't think it was. He's bitter because his family didn't care that he died. That is not self-inflicted. What was the other hypothesis I had? Oh yeah, so like, his family didn't care that he died. That's not self-inflicted. He died. There was a heart attack. That wasn't self-inflicted. His family didn't love him, period. So my thought would be that was not self-inflicted because you said earlier that he was a pretty swell guy. However, he doesn't seem like a pretty swell guy in this story. And so I actually could totally believe that his family was like, yeah, I don't actually like him. And that's why they cut him off and didn't want to see him. But that's not what the story tells us. The story tells us he was a swell guy. And because the narrator is just like kind of third omniscient, we're left to have to trust it. And so I think either not saying that he's a swell guy so we can kind of piece together, okay, his family didn't like him. Or just straight up saying his family didn't like him. He wasn't a swell guy. Would be helpful if that was the intent. But then of course, if he was actually a swell guy in life, then I don't know why Fernando is saying it was self-inflicted, because none of it seems self-inflicted. The only thing that's self-inflicted is him not going to the afterlife, but that's not a response to what he said. Like, he was saying that he was bitter. And so, like, that's what he was responding to. Then that's not self-inflicted. And, like, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and so it's just even worse that not only is he not choosing heaven and choosing to go insane and be miserable, he's choosing limbo instead of heaven. Like, why would you do that? That sucks. I do kind of appreciate Edward's like defeated response of like, well, I did it. I made my bed. It's too late to regret it, you know, kind of thing. Um, and I do like that he's kind of able to admit, you know, oh, I wanted to stay, but I did it in the worst way possible. I mean, granted, he did it in the only way available to him, but it wasn't a good way. Um, and then it wasn't until the fifth time you sent me back that my mind was screwed on straight enough for me to reflect on it a bit. You said that the more he comes and goes, the more he stays on Earth, the more insane he gets. So why would it be that after 5 times of going back and forth, 5 times of being on Earth, he would be more sane? Wouldn't he be more insane? I do like the image of opening the portal. I'm curious why it looks like the city, though. I do like this line of like, I don't think I will. I don't feel like this story has earned it, because it does kind of read like he just gives up. Like the whole time he's been fighting them, and then they fight him and they talk to him. One of which at least has happened before, if not both of which have happened before, and neither of which seem particularly convincing. It doesn't seem like anything new happened, and so I don't know why he's suddenly convinced this time and saying, oh yeah, he understood the 5th time, as I said, doesn't explain it. Now granted, he could just come back. He could just go there and come back like he has this whole time. But the story doesn't read like we're meant to draw that conclusion. It doesn't read like we're meant to be like, oh yeah, he'll be back at it again. It reads like this is meant to be a genuine conclusion. Like they actually get through to him. And I love that. I do love that that's meant to be the conclusion of he finally is willing to move on. That's sweet. But I'm not sure I get it. I'm not sure why this time convinced him. And that is another thing that having him never actually go to the afterlife would help with. That if they never actually successfully exorcised him, then I wouldn't have that thought of like, oh, he might go back. He might just go back to Earth. It would be like, oh yeah, he's stuck now. He's there in the afterlife, you know. They've exorcised him. Kind of thing. I do like them getting to the heart of the issue at the end here and being like, wow, like that's really sad that that his family didn't stay in contact, and we have like cell phones that allow us to call anyone at any time, so you'd think that would keep us more in touch, and so it sucks that that happened. Yeah. And I think, you know, Fernando is right that we are able to contact each other so much better, but that doesn't stop familiar neglect. This is a pretty minor thing. It still worked well enough for me, but I don't feel like people cut off ties because they think a family member is useless or not important. That's possible, but it's usually because they did something bad. Like they did something block-worthy. That's why they cut off ties. And so it feels like it's, I don't know, at best understating it to say, you know, they think they're useless or not important. And fair point that some people can take it and some can't. I do think some people take it better than others. I like the line of if the world were just, we wouldn't need an exorcist. Or I think saying, you know, well, if the world were just, we would be out of a job would flow a little bit better, but I really like the idea here. And then I really like Fernando's line of, well, we're two of many, many people trying to make this world a better place. I really like his optimism there of like, yeah, there's sucky people out there who don't talk to their families or who steal other people's houses. But we're out here trying to make the world a better place, and we can't be the only ones. And I think that's beautiful. I kept reading this as bitterness, because I think, yeah, you can have a tinge of bitterness in your tone, but I don't generally hear bittersweetness, and especially because you use bittersweet here, and like, yeah, two lines down. I think just saying bitter would flow better. I do like that a Reaper is able to have optimism. That's very sweet. Um, um, And then I do like the ending. I think this is a sweet ending. Like, I know you often like to have these kind of sweet, more like moral of the story endings, and I think it works quite well in this long format where they're able to sit down and talk about it and conclude the day and what they thought about it and stuff. So I think that that works really well. And I definitely, the first scene and the last scene are my favorites. As like I said, I really like Fernando and Ricardo's characters. I think they're striking, and I do think they're trying to make the world a better place. And so I like their meeting, their relationship, and their conclusion and stuff like that. That's not to say that there isn't stuff in the middle I liked, because I definitely liked some of the stuff in the middle too. But I also had more critiques for it and very few for the opener and the ender. Alrighty. And I think I said this, but I quite like the idea in general that it's like, hey, we have a Reaper and an Exorcist trying to get a ghost. That's already a fun dynamic. The ghost has been fighting the Reaper about the afterlife. They don't want to go to the afterlife. That's really interesting. They're able to talk to him and get him to be willing to go to the afterlife. Like, that all works really well, and I like that. I like that a lot, you know. All right. Let's see. So I think Mako is responding to my original question of what'd you think of the fight. Mako says, so like that's a good example of tell versus show. If a wall cracks from an impact, then that shows us the impact was powerful. Saying the wall cracking indicating the power of the attack is unnecessary. Great point. Simply killing them, he says, like that'd be preferable. Yeah, good point. Well, yeah, if they're dead, they can't file complaints. Well, maybe with a Reaper they can. I don't know. Not sure what you mean there. Goodwalker is a direct translation of Bernardati. Okay. Let me look up Bernardati then. Or Benendati is what I'm getting. I assume that's correct. Boy, there's a lot. Benendati, Goodwalkers, yes, were members of an agrarian visionary tradition in the Friuli district of northeastern Italy during the 16th and 17th centuries. The Benendanti claimed to travel out of their bodies while asleep to struggle against malevolent sorcerers. Malendanti, bad walkers, in order to ensure good crops for the season to come. Between 1575 and 1675, in the midst of the early modern witch trials, a number of Menendati were accused of being heretics or witches under the Roman Inquisition. According to early modern records, Benendati were believed to have been born with a caul on their head, which gave them the ability to take part in nocturnal visionary traditions that occurred on specific Thursdays during the year. During these visions, it was believed that their spirits rode upon various animals into the sky and off to places in the countryside. Here, they would take part in various games and other activities with other Benendanti and battle malevolent witches who threatened both their crops and their communities using sticks of sorghum. When not taking part in these visionary journeys, Benendanti were also believed to have magical powers that could be used for healing. Let me skim. Okay, so this one's a little less clear of the connection than Louisan is, but I'm guessing that the meaning here is that her soul wolf is that her soul wolf is what can go out of her body. That's super cool and everything. So I think I still stick to what I said. So if you use good walkers, then you have to define that, because like I don't think anybody is immediately going to go, oh yes, that's a Benandanti. Because and granted, I'm not Italian, but you know, for me as an American, I never knew that was a thing, and so I would never go, yes, I know what that is from Good Walker. And so you have to define what it is in your story, because most people, I think, will not know from Good Walker what you mean. Or, like you did with Louisan, you should just use Benandanti. And if you use Benandanti, then, like I did with Louisan, I can look it up. And I can go, yes, that's what that means. Otherwise, if you don't use the actual term for it, then I can't look it up. And again, it would still be good to define it, even if you use Benandanti, but at least I would have something to go off of, something to use to look up. Especially because, again, you say that she's an exorcist, and then you say, let's see, where... her blue uniform revealed that she's an exorcist as the day turned to twilight. She was a good walker, for God's sake. The only thing you've told me that she is that's out of the ordinary is exorcist, and so I'm equating those two things, and I have no frame of reference for what a good walker is, so all I can do is equate it with exorcist. So yeah, either needs to be defined and you had the words for it, or just use the actual word. The mantle is more than afterlife because it's a place where other entities live. That's not explained in this story, so it doesn't need to be mentioned in this story. If you say it and you explain it, it's fine. But if you say it, you have to explain it. He was using possession. Wasn't clear to me. That needs to be clarified. Again, like, people in the chat can say if it was clear to them. But I would venture to guess that most people don't equate making a fist out of like a table or a wall with possession. Good Walker is a religious group in Italy, I think, that believe they could shapeshift into a wolf using astral projection. There was nothing about wolves in there, so I can get with you of like, okay, they can project their soul, and her soul is in the shape of a wolf. I'm okay with that, but that wasn't what was in what I read. He was possessing the wall. Usually possession refers to a person or at least a living thing. That is true. I can believe that a ghost could possess like a dresser or an inanimate object, but again, that's not what was described. It's not the ghost going into the object and animating it like it's its body. It was creating wood fists, creating wall fists, like Edward does in Full Metal Alchemist, or at least that's what was described. I haven't seen Monster House. I mean, that's fine if you think that it's easier for a ghost to possess something artificial rather than flesh and blood, but that is not what most people think possession is. Most people think possession is possessing a person or an animal. It was an alchemy. I should have clarified that ghosts shouldn't be in the material world because they suffer intense dysphoria. I feel like you very clearly defined why ghosts can't be in the world, and it's the fact that they go insane. That works perfectly well for me. That doesn't need more explanation. There was nothing about dysphoria in the story, and there is no need for there to be anything about dysphoria in the story. So I do not think that you should have clarified that, because in fact, clarifying that now only adds confusion. What you had for that is one of the parts of the story I had a compliment on. That, yeah, they're a ghost, they're dead, they're not supposed to be in the living world. They go insane. Makes perfect sense to me. You explained it multiple times throughout the story, and that works really well. Don't need more. And yeah, like, okay, like telling how your mind will handle the fact that your body is not made out of flesh and blood anymore. Okay, yeah, sure. That is fair as a reason for why they would go insane. It would need to be explained like that, though. You would need to say the body can't take the fact that it's not flesh and blood, and it makes you feel weird and dysphoric. Weird question. Can you have body dysphoria if you don't have a body? But again, not needed. All I needed was, hey, they're a non-living thing in the living world. Makes them go insane. Fair enough. Louisa also takes the role of Grim Reaper in the myths. That works, yeah. I could understand that. It didn't say that much on the little Wikipedia article, but I could get behind that. Okay, like, it's a mythological figure. It can potentially be a Reaper. Yeah, that's not what I expected by shouldn't be in the material world. I do agree. I thought it was like breaks natural law or not. It's bad for their mental health. To be honest, his depiction is either hideous canine or messed up humanoid wolfman werewolf. So, yeah, again, totally makes sense. Hideous canine, humanoid wolfman. Totally works for me. Maybe, I don't know if in your culture a werewolf is something different. In our culture, even though the word werewolf is technically a man-wolf, a werewolf is a specific thing, not just a man-wolf. If you use the word man-wolf, it's fine. That's exactly what was there. But werewolf is something specific that people have preconceived notions about. Yeah, I should have been more specific about the Benedati. Okay, in Spanish, bastarda is a thing. Gotcha. Should have made it clear his family wasn't in the city, stewing in his misery in the materials world, screwing him up, and it mentally messes him up. It eventually grew into something that made him lash out towards others. Okay, so yeah, like, he was a swell guy, but then being in the material world is actually what made him like this. That makes sense. Why can't he go see his family? Like, he is a ghost. Can't he float over there? Will it take too long? Why can't he go to where they are? And other people here, since he couldn't get to his family, got to the next best thing. I'm not sure I understand. 'Cause, like, if my family did that to me, I don't think that the next best thing in my mind would be, let's remove people from their homes. Like, they're just very disconnected in my mind. Why couldn't he get to his family? Does he have the same limitations on travel as people? Does he come back from the afterlife in random places? Fair. I agree. It could have been cool if, like, while standing in front of a gate to the afterlife, his sanity came back and he had a moment of rational thought to repent for his madness-induced actions. That's a good point. Yeah, that would work quite well if it was just like, yeah, that he was insane on Earth, but he gets his sanity back when he goes back to the afterlife. Now, granted, it didn't read that way to me. It very much read like they're worried this will be permanent damage. But that could have been an interesting way to go, that it's like, yeah, he gets his sanity replenished when he goes back to the afterlife, and he's like, what was I thinking? But then again, if that's the case, why would he then go back to Earth? Oh yeah, I forgot about that it said Ricardo at the end instead of Edwards. I wasn't sure if his last name was Ricardo. Edward Garcia. Okay, it wasn't. Yeah, I should have checked that. Her astral projection was the soul wolf then. I don't think you messed it up completely. Like I said, there was absolutely stuff that I liked about the story. There was a lot that I thought could be improved about it, but that doesn't mean that you messed it up completely. And it just means that, like, I hope this doesn't sound like patronizing or anything, but it just means that it's a learning experience. Like, the whole point of the writing group is so that we can learn and grow. And, like, all of us, myself included, makes mistakes in our stories or writes things that have that come across in ways that we don't intend them to come across. And so the writing group is about improving your writing and learning, okay, so like that didn't, so like maybe this fight scene came across a little flat to people. Like, okay, so next time I'll try to describe it like Kaylee said, with like these kinds of details and stuff like that. That's what this is about. So this is not, I'm really sorry. It definitely sounds like you got discouraged, and that was not the intention. So I'm really sorry that this ended up discouraging you. It is only meant to uplift and ultimately make you a better writer as your time in the group goes on, if that makes sense. You know, I had a similar experience with Durarara. Mako says, I finished season 1 and was disinclined to go to season 2. It just felt like I didn't want to watch what happened next. Yeah, I don't even remember what it was. If it was like something particular happened that I didn't want to keep watching, or if I just kind of felt bored at the end. But I did that too, where I watched season 1. I was like, I don't know about this. Dessa says, my brother and I got a few episodes into season 2 and dropped it. Felt like it lost something. Fair. Wolf, I actually know about the Benedati, and it has nothing to do with wolves. The closest thing is a trial I'm very familiar with, the trial of Theus of Coltonburn, and this is the beliefs of one barmy octogenarian that got exiled. Gotcha. What does that have to do with wolves, though? So definitely saying, then in that case, explaining either way would be the way to go, and maybe saying Benedati. Even though I like the title Good Walker, Benedati would give the reader something to look up. But because it's a wolf thing is not part of the Benedati mythology, then that needs to be explained, you know, like why your wolf's like that. It's because one of the surviving descendants of the Benedati believe is the Hounds of God. I'm gonna need a source on that. Yeah, I understand, and like, for the most part, like, I mean, it's all blending together, so I guess there were some parts that I was confused about, but I think for the most part, confusion wasn't the complaint. So, and I absolutely see improvement in your writing, for sure. Like, notice how little blue is in the story. Like, it's very, your writing is very much improved. Like, the grammar and stuff, I think, is a lot better. And so, sure, there was some clunky sentences, some confusing sentences, but overall, it was not like badly written. Theus is a monster mythos. Gotcha. I didn't remember the name. I didn't realize that doesn't. So now the question is, what does that have to do with the Benedati? Was he believed to be one of them? Yeah, indeed. Yeah, totally. Yeah, you just need to grind so like an RPG, get some of your stats up. I love that. That's a great great thing. Like, you've got your arcane stat way up there. Like, you've got lore for days. But some of those other stats just need to be bumped up a bit. Alrighty, Rue. Fun story, Galler, and I unfortunately don't recall the other long story that you wrote, but I'm happy that I was able to read a longer story of yours. And I think it's interesting because I do see like how in some ways, as I've heard that your stories often start long and then you have to cut them, and I can see that like certain things like Fernando and Ricarda and their like mythology and stuff like that, you were able to use more and go into more and explain what they look like in a way you wouldn't be able to do in 350 words and stuff like that. And so it's interesting to see how you write something longer and what issues from the short versions are eradicated, which ones still show up, what good things that you do in the short versions show up or don't show up. Like, I don't know, it's interesting to see. The difference is one is Italian and astral projecting and the other is Latvian and werewolves are fair. Gotcha, interesting. Okie dokie. Thank you so much for submitting. I don't know. I don't know that I'd say it's better than your short stories. Like, because I probably would say there are some short stories of yours that I like more than this, and some short stories of yours that I like less than this. It's like one of your stories that I like better than some and less than others. And like I said, there are certain things that I think are better than in your short stories, and other things that aren't. So I don't think I can definitively say it's better than your short stories. So I was thinking, we already went over the weight of memory prompt, but I was thinking maybe what I could just do is just pull up the where is it? Pull up my Christmas stuff survey, and so I can just like voice the questions out loud to you in case you guys have any rapid fire answers for them to discuss. So I'll throw it up in the event announcements if you want to look at it along with me. I'll do a tag later, and then let's pull it up. Wait, no, go back. Let's go over here. No, not that one. There we go. There's that. Okay. Here. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's a case-by-case basis. Let me know if you can't read that. Well, granted, I think you can't. Hopefully that's enough. So, your Discord name, are you interested in participating in the Christmas event this year? So, as I read through the form, I am asking these questions of you guys in the chat if you'd like to answer them now to talk about them live. So, are you interested in participating in a Christmas event this year? Yes, but I'm unsure I'll have the time. Maybe, no. Only if it's not a contest. Only if it is a contest. I want to participate regardless. I could care less about the contest angle. What aspects of seasonal events do you like? If there are any you fully dislike, please say so in other with an explanation if you can. The longer word limit, the word bank, the challenges, being able to collaborate with other writers, the starter-finisher stories, the contest angle. Would you be interested in doing a Secret Santa for Christmas, where we secretly write stories as gifts for each other based on prompts given? Yes. Interested, but unsure I'd complete something like that in time, so probably won't sign up. Interested, but unsure I'd successfully receive a gift, so I probably won't sign up. No, or maybe. If you don't like the Secret Santa idea, what other ideas might you have for some sort of collaborative event? Would you like to do another starter-finisher? Last year, the challenge was to use a Christmas song as your prompt. Is there anything specifically Christmassy or wintry you think would make for a good challenge this year? What would you be interested to see in a Christmas event, particularly if it's something that hasn't been done before? If I make this event a contest, do you feel as though you could read all the stories and vote on a winner? You would not have to review all the stories as long as I can somehow check within the voting process that you actually read them all. Yes, no, maybe. Can I? Perhaps. Will I? No. Do you like the word bank, the challenges, the theme, as in theming your story based on the prize you want to receive, awarding points for the contest, or would you rather the winner be decided solely based on a vote? I like the word bank counting for points. I like the word bank counting for points, but only if there's some measure in place so people don't throw the words in for quick point grabs. I like the challenges counting for points. I like the theme counting for points. I don't like, then it's all the don't likes until I actually do not like the vote. I'd rather the winner be solely decided based on the word bank and or challenges and or theme. Instead of a winner being awarded based on points and a vote, would you prefer the prizes be awarded randomly to any participants in the event? And any other comments? So yeah. Aw, and Koran says, the closer we get to Christmas, the more I want to partake in the Christmas event. Nice. Well, I want to partake, but I don't know if I'll have the time. Oh, why not make a character for someone? As like a challenge or, no, what does that refer to? Which question is that answering? But feel free to keep answering those questions if you want, and if and when people do, I'll continue discussing. But as is, who do you want me to raid? In the meantime, if you're not read here on stream, you're not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. They happen in the writing group chat, the writing group voice chat, and the backup queue. It's first come, first serve, so if you want to be read early, make sure you submit to the backup queue now. And it's a good time. You can read your story to everyone else. You can have somebody else read it for you. You can just hang out and lurk, whatever you want to do. It's a good time. So I'm definitely in the want to partake. Don't know if I have the time. I almost never do. Fair. A challenge or Secret Santa thing. Gotcha. So make a character for someone. Oh, you mean, so like a challenge could be to make a character for someone, or it could be like, here's your Secret Santa, but like I made a character for your universe sort of thing. Awesome Sly. We can do Awesome Sly. I don't know if we did them last time, so if we did, maybe we can think about somebody else, but if that's who we got, then that's who we got. No, cute kitties. Not last time, no, gotcha. Join us or else. Squibkitty doo, you are goo. Is that a non-prompt related one? Is that your default setting when there isn't a prompt? All I've had Promptcast is reading my story at the moment. Ooh, okay. Who did we do last time? Because I feel like it was one of those two. I think that could be fun and interesting, creating a character for someone, then we use that character for the Christmas prompt. I'm kind of confused. Wouldn't creating the character be what you're doing for the Christmas prompt? Or are you saying, like, the challenge would be, go up to your friend, say, I've made a character for you, write about them, like that kind of thing? Okay, Promptcast was last time. Okay, so, well, I think, unless people really want to do Promptcast, which you can say, then I think we'll do Awesome Sly. It's what my brain conjured. Fair. Very fair. Yeah, you got Kaylee. What are you talking about? Who's got me? Oh, I got it. That somebody else makes a character for you and is like, use them. Gosh, yeah, that could be interesting. Alrighty, Rue. Well, thank you all so much for joining me today. Thank you for submitting stories. Been a fun time. But it is time to go for now. So remember, no stream next week, so enjoy your Thanksgiving for Americans. And hey, if you're not American, enjoy it too. And be thankful for things. Remind yourself of what you're thankful for. And yeah, so I'll see you in a couple weeks for the Weight of Memory prompt. Goodbye.